Mic check. Cam check. Actually, let's see. The mic is actually. Yeah, mic is good. What up, y'all? So, yes, broken test room or buggy test room. Either one works. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to really do too much on the PTR. I think I like grind for some pieces of gear, and then haven't done anything with it yet. So haven't heard good things about it. So I haven't been too eager. But also my monitor died or got stuck on pixel refresh, my OLED monitor, my OLED ultra wide. So I had to pull out my my old school LG 32-inch monitor instead. So that explains the different stream layout because I'm back to 16:9 ratio instead of the 21:9 ratio, and the stream layout doesn't work with the 16:9 ratio. So having to improvise for now until I figure out what I'm going to do with monitors in the future, or if I'm just going to just stick with this one for a while until the OLED tech matures a bit. So, but yeah, PTR. We're going to actually, what is that? Yeah. So we're gonna, I guess, play around in PTR for a little bit. I don't think there has been too much testing on the stuff that I normally do, so I guess we'll kind of see how that. So I do think that the stuff that I do play probably fares pretty well overall. I think. Also, this one with the chat on the side, but we'll kind of word through that when I get there. All right. Wait. All right. Now can you hear me? Okay. Was I really mute this this whole time doing this? Okay. Oh wow. Okay. No, I was saying we gotta play at some point. I was saying that like there's like a lot of bugs they need to fix. Like I think foundationally they did a good job. As like the base game is concerned, like making that fun again. But now they really gotta focus on making sure everything else is like decent. I should do fluidity. I did devious already, so fluidity here, and then the other would be canny at the end. Oh, fluidity. I think I took any decks on the way. Set up the decks. I additive damage. So we'll hit. That's not the way I wanted to go. I ain't got that many points left, so I think I'm gonna have to just go straight up. Or else try to go straight up. There go. I have to hit it here to here. There we go. The left. Way too much decks though. Did that. He let a paladin. It's funny because like the paladin's considered like pretty weak this season. Like in general, like the time frame in which you should have played paladin was like the past 2 seasons. I mean, mechanically the paladin is fun. Don't get me wrong, but like comparatively to some of the other classes, this definitely wasn't paladin season to shine. Zario, the legend himself. What's good, sir? The amount of bugs and things are extremely unintuitive and poorly programmed. Everything related to stagger. It's crazy that they haven't been fixed from season 13. So, well, I would say yes and no. Like, I absolutely agree with you. I think, honestly, I think what ended up happening, Zario, is so like this is what happens when you're trying to develop so far out in advance, because apparently they were working on this expansion before the first expansion dropped, so there was 2 different teams working on 2 different expansions, which is hilarious in a sense, because you can tell with the type of bugs that we played in the current season were bugs that were fixed before that got reintroduced with some changes in the systems or on different items, but the same buggy coding that was apparently fixed in some previous seasons back or have been reintroduced, which tells me that they were working on this expansion with some really outdated coding underneath the hood. So we ended up with a lot of bugs that were reintroduced along with brand new bugs, and now they have to go back and and you know you know what I mean. So like that's the problem with them doing what they're doing, right? Like I mean, I just I don't. I guess the thing is that like you would think that they're, and they have to know that. Like, I'm sure they know that this is the case. Like that's the case. Like, they even gave us a forum with all of the, a forum post listing all the things that they know is bugs still. And it's like, okay, so like you're well aware that, these things are what they are, but it's like, what is your plan to do something about all of these things, right? Because honestly, that's the biggest problem of the game right now, is literally just bugs. Literally bugs. Like, it's taking the wins out of what made the expansion so good, to still go into season 14 and not have a lot of these, introducing new bugs on top of the old bugs, right? Now, granted, I will say this though, like, I have a feeling that a number, I don't know how many, but a number of the bugs that are being worked on just didn't make it in this PTR, because this PTR came pretty quickly. Like, we're talking about like 5.5 weeks in, right? Like 5.5, almost 6 weeks maybe before PTR drop after expansion. So I think they have been working on the newer bugs, but they just didn't make the PTR. And you could tell even by the live stream that they did in Sanctuary Discord that, that's like, oh yeah, we did take a look at that, but that's not going to make it for the PTR. And I'm just like, make it for the PTR? Like, okay, so you guys know. So I guess right now it's just a matter of what's going to make it live that we don't see right now, because they're not going to tell us, which sucks. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you on the they really just need to be focusing on bugs. Honestly, get rid of the Realm Walker. Like, let's not work on like brand new stuff or reinvented stuff, and just bug fix. The game would be so much better. It's hard to give any real feedback, right? It's hard to give any like, how do I give feedback on something when the base of that something just doesn't work? I can't even tell you what's bad about it if the base just doesn't work. If I can't even play it, you know how upset I've been by not being able to play Reign of Arrows this season? Like realistically playing Reign of Arrows, like, not the buggy Umber Crux crap, but the actual Reign of Arrows, like, and then who knows if I'll be able to play it next season? Like, maybe they fix it by live. Who knows? I'm hoping, but I don't know. That forum post was actual comment. It was so vague. It must be saying known issues. Anything related to skills, items, interactions between items in game may not work as intended. Basically, multi-shot is fixed though, apparently. Multi-shot works now with combo points. Ruckus is still broken for some strange reason though. Ruckus rapid fire still doesn't do literally anything. It gives you the extra arrow, but it doesn't increase your damage at all, period. For whatever reason that is. So weird. I'm gonna do the rest of my points here. Grab here. I'm not trying to make like a GG character on like the PTR. I just want enough for it to be functional. Is this glyph activated? Okay, it is. So we'll do that there. I think that's about it. God Hunter works for now. Yeah, who was it? Matthias showed me the screenshot of what you posted in the Sanctuary Discord. Yeah, see that too. I gave a lot of feedback about the Narrows eye set thing. I know if you play on controller, which I know you and Crafty do, like it doesn't affect it at all, right? But like PC users, man, like mouse and keyboard, Narrows eye set is a hell of annoying to play with, man. And I'm a try hard by heart, and I just like, you lose so much damage if you misclick. That's the thing. It's like it's not even like a, oh, you know, my aspect is not working properly. No, like you literally like 70% of your damage doesn't work if you if you mix click. Or if you know the mob is moving too fast and you just happen to like, you know, you clicked in one like with latency too. That's the thing too. Like there's like latency, so it's like where I think I might have hovered over the enemy. The game probably says I didn't. The enemy's probably not where my mouse was, so I might not get the bonus. So there's so many problems with that approach that it's kind of baffling that that's the you know and again I think I get what they were trying to do, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work well in real time. Not in real time. Wait, all these are GAs? How did I just get a bunch of like GA items just sitting in my stash? Okay. Alright, we're gonna do something. I need to get. Wait, let's do the war plan stuff. I haven't done that yet. More points. Yeah, cool. Character. Oh yeah, mercenaries. Probably should do that. Let's get you here. Oh, I guess I forgot. I gotta actually level them. Yeah, I wish they can focus the whole season on fixing bugs, but too many people will be mad about not getting anything new. They'll be alright. Trust me, people will find a way to be mad about D4 in some way, shape, or form. Might as well be mad at it while it's getting way better. And then when they actually play it, they'll be like, "Oh, I didn't know that this didn't work or this was broken." And you start having a little bit of a change of heart. You realize, oh man, the game is considerably better when things work like they're supposed to. It probably gets tested on a controller. I mean, I'm gonna have to plead the fifth on that one. But yeah, the fact that it does work on controller though is you know, unique to say the least. Wait, do we have tribute stuff or no? Okay, grant tributes. Okay. I was like, I guess I just didn't do the thing. Okay. Roger Cube materials I'm looking for. Probably. The masterworker materials. Roger Cube materials is what I'm looking for. Okay, cool. Alright, and then
it ought to be because of war. Now then, where would you begin?
well, this looks I guess this is what happens when your war plans is at rank 10, huh? Some of this is actually a little bit different. L-Tide. I haven't looked at any of the content, so I have no idea what does what now. The Chaos Rifts would do that because I do need some more Paragon. Pictures, I guess. Boss trophies. Do that. Guess the trigger whisper stuff doesn't really matter. Good boss. Oh, dude. Hmm. Maybe one day when AI gets good enough, let's be able to make a mostly bug-free game. No, they'll just copy what's already out there, right? Because it isn't the AI models being trained off of what's already out there. So if there's nothing but buggy products out there, aren't they're gonna just reuse the code? Just copy the code again. Copy. I mean, hell, I don't know. So we got this layer boss and kind of on pit. What is the gold event in the top left? I don't know. Where do you see that at? Oh, you're talking about the war plan. Oh, that. Oh, yeah, the color. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they color some stuff. Yeah. I don't know what all that means yet. Quite yet. There's Mayspear. Curious to know what that is. I don't think I ever picked it before. I'm literally just picking random stuff here. If I like, I know I sometimes pick, or I definitely go this way. Done that. I don't feel like fighting a butcher in it, so we're just way. Sure, I guess. Right, but now we gotta get to, what was it? There we go. Killing prisons. That's what I need. Been 750 cinders, you think? Yeah, I heard Infernal Hordes is better. Has anyone been able to confirm that? I'm kind of like I'll believe it when I see it kind of guy right now. When it comes to Infernal Hordes. Yeah, it feels so weird playing on this monitor. I'm so used to the ultra wide. It's like the first time I ever done anything on this 16:9 monitor in like almost over a year. It's gonna be kind of hard to aim and everything. A lot of energy. So Zara, do you know what? I know you've done a lot of testing. Do you know what hidden interactions and stuff are working and not working correctly right now? Because I feel like it's gonna be hard to really be able to truly test things if stuff just isn't really working. Like, it's hard to know what truly works and what truly isn't unless you literally break down all of your, like every single mythic, unique or whatever, and put it together with another one with an effect and be like, okay, yeah, that works. Because a part of me kind of wants to test like my seasonal character versus my eternal character, just to kind of like, because I know the damage that my eternal character does, right? Or the copied character or whatever. That much testing to be on the PTR about. He's that BT has probably showed you. Used to see everything on live. They didn't mention this is still broken. Got it. I gotta go this way. I wonder if I should go Guardian's Triumph over Azarath as a charm. For content like this, since I can't really take advantage of the frozen explosions right now. I'm out of resource. Yeah. I mean, I know my gear isn't that great, but I don't feel nearly as strong as I did. Really, the marksman stuff hasn't really been nerfed. Never use Azrael for Chanting. I think I was just trying to find something to throw in as a charm. I think that's kind of what it was for me. Like, I guess I could try to go for like a mythic seal or whatever, and then just do 2-piece sightless or whatever. But I was too lazy to open boxes for that. Cause like they weren't really in boxes. Wait, what is that? Was that pink thing? How much have I been firing on PTR now? I just I just got on BTR. If anybody, if anything, ask Zarya. I'm sure he has. I will though, like I will, but Heartseekers first. I don't care for this either. This playlist. Next. There we go. It's the same as live. Just now you got the Sky Hunter working, or working now. It's kind of the same thing with Barrage. Like now, well, Wind Force has always worked, but Wind Force is now worth it versus before because of the 30% buff on the Mythic Unique now. It's actually kind of competitive with Frozen Memories now. So that should feel better on bosses for sure. Because you got that with, Malice aspect or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, so for a charm, yeah. I'm thinking Gladiator's Triumph is like what I really want to use. But like, I don't know, like, so I've had good success with Gladiator's Triumph when I was doing Rapid Fire. But like anything outside of Rapid Fire, despite having nearly or right at 100% crit chance, like it just didn't. Also, why am I doing combo points right now? Actually, weird. But yeah, I'm thinking Gladiator. I don't know. Like, it just kind of felt weird on Heartseeker. Like I wasn't getting, as if like all the piercers wasn't getting the damage bonus or whatever. And I think I might need to like need to just like strip all my gear and like really figure out if it's actually working on all the hits or whatever for Heartseeker or not. And also too, is it transferring the damage over to through Pain Gorgers and stuff like that? Like there's probably several different interactions that might not work too well with Gladiators. But I never really felt like it was doing like anything crazy for me. So I just, but yeah, I'm gonna take the time to like pull that out because now with the the different itemization stuff now, I think I might like, I need another charm. Like I guess there's I guess I could put Edna's as a charm, but like you don't want to lose out on any of the Mythic Uniques 30% damage, right? So it's kind of like you want to like get them all wherever you possibly can. So it's like, I don't know, there's like Frostbitten. I don't like that either because they have to be frozen. Trying to get away from that. Lord Sword, what's going on? Surprised Pain Gorgers is worth it since only the first on a Heartseeker even worse with Pain. So it's funny because initially when I was building Heartseeker towards the beginning of the season, I didn't like it at all. Like I didn't like Pain Gorgers at all. But then after doing a lot of like back and forth gear switching and stuff like that, Pain Gorgers gave the best result every single time in my pit runs back to back. I don't know. I won't say I don't know why, but I do think that some of the things that didn't work with Pain Gorgers before now actually does work with Pain Gorgers. So even the first hit is enough to be a massive difference between wearing it and not having it. I'm kind of disliking the PTR, just kind of. So I don't want to do Gladiator's Triumph here until I actually test it. Kinda is to be kind. Let me actually pull some whatchamacallits. Alright, so we got give away talisman items. Charms, seals. Class uniques, mythic uniques. Actually, which ones are the okay? Set charms, unique charms. Okay, it's just not. It's brown. That's why I was confused. Peachy, what's up? Isn't that big of a loss in single target damage compared to a 60% damage aspect? Probably like 20%, but I get a big gain in AoE DPS. So I haven't like sat down to do it like on a dummy single like via single target. But you may be right. I don't know. I might have to go a regular aspect, man. Like just like a regular legendary sword and then put Etna's in the. Is that actually is that? Oh, let me see. Let me see something. Let me see this actually works. Raven Honey, what's going on? I just can't grasp the idea of tower, how it's moving out of beta into state, toughness, and combat in general. I haven't even got that far yet. I'm just trying to, I guess, put together something and just kind of hoping that something actually works. I'm concerned about effects just literally not working. Okay, so I don't see it. All right, so I have the Edna's. There we go. Okay, yeah, I forgot the MBU. Never mind, we're good. All right, so that effect is actually still working correctly. All right, do I just... I feel like I lose. I don't know, man. Maybe a Fist of Fate. I know it's like 50%, but and Crown is like a must-have. That's a lot of mythic, yeah. I spent a lot of time trying to at least get something workable here. I just can't figure out what to put in the cube. I'm thinking Gladiator's Triumph, but I don't think I even dropped one. Did I even drop one? Do I have to create one? Looking like I might have to create one. You know what? I should do it. I should just take the time to do it. Cause it's gonna irk me to no end if I don't. This character. Just to see the interaction with the Gladiator's Triumph and the Heartseeker. Cause like I definitely feel that this is character I thought it was. All right. uh, I never really felt like it did much of anything on Heartseeker, but like when I did on Rapid Fire, it was clear. And like this is like with the exact same like amount of crit chance and whatever. I didn't like break it down to see like what was actually working, like if it was actually working or not. So I think I'm going to, because I'm pretty sure there's like a quite a few effects that just, you know, you just don't know if this if it's all gonna like actually happen the way you think. So figure since this character's pretty much naked anyway. Okay. I don't have a lot of crit chance anyway, but that's okay because all I need to do is see what it does with the pierces. Eric, what's up? If it carries the crit, the crit dam or the damage with the crit or whatever throughout the hit, then cool. And then I have to test it with the talisman too to make sure it carries the talisman basics hits too. All right, Beachy. You have a good one, man. Cool. All right, what is my crit chance at anyways? What we got? 5.4%. Okay, so this is good. We can take off the boots here. So let's remove it first. Oh, this has all stats on it. Crap. That's gonna affect things. Why did I have to roll all stats on it? I mean, the damage should be pretty. Well, I have no added damage, so like that 94 is actually quite big. Crap. All right. Well. uh. Okay, we're gonna have to. We have to get like a shitty glove. Or a new charm. But probably gets a shitty glove. It'll be fine. Actually, going on to that.
Mainlander, taken apart, melted down.
Just go to you. Yeah, how many? 4 rare gloves, okay. Okay. Remove a fix. There you go. All right, let's see. I hope it doesn't roll like anything. Like literally no stats, like no useful stats. Freaking all stats and all damage multiplier. Why? I mean, I'll use it and then math it if I need to, but it'd be nice if it just sucked. Let's try this again. Need you to suck, okay? Gladiators, gauntlets, and suck. Well, actually, I guess now we can. I guess I can chaotic roll it, right? Forgot about that. Yeah, let's chaotic roll this. Remove anything I can out this thing. All right, remove the dex, please. Oh, there we go. It has to be a crit chance. Okay, cool. All right, we have our shitty glove. Yay! Get it. Can test properly. imagine rolling on the PTR for like the worst stats possible. My movement speed. We're gonna get there. We're going to get there. So we need to see what. Oh, disable player variants. Cool. And okay, 152 crit. All right. We learned that much. All right, now gladiators gauntlets. Okay, so the first hit was 152, but I got 225 after that. Okay, these numbers are all over the place. All right. Is there anything else on here that could affect that? No, it's just attack speed and crit chance, right? Oh, never mind. I gain overpower. I forgot it does that. Man. All right, I think I have an idea. Okay, so let's gains 4 overpower. So I have none right now. I don't have enough crit chance to like get the full stacks of overpower, but it's gonna like skew my results. 3, 4, 8. Dang. Okay. All right. So this actually might be harder to test than I thought. I have to do it like real slow. And like take into account the first hit, which is gonna give me overpower as well. Alright, so let's remove this real quick. I have no overpower. I'm at 101, and I crit for 152. When I do crit. Yeah. Making sure that is still correct. So now trying to reset the dummy now. Normal dummy. Your player thing is disabled. The first hit should be a crit. $225. So that does, given the fact that I also got overpower, 15% overpower as well, that does somewhat line up with the 93% that I see here. But it was white numbers after that though, which is what made it weird. So yeah, okay. So the first, so okay, so that's the weird part about it. Okay, so the first hit, I don't get the damage, but I do for the pierces. Why? Okay, so that's weird. Because like without the glove, I get 152, right, when I crit. So the first hit should give me the first hit should give me more than that. When it first critical strikes, it gains 35. So is this not working on hit? Oh, I gotta reset the dummy. This probably explains why I don't get the results I think I should on Heartseeker. Because if it's not working on the, yeah. So like, okay, so the way Glad's raising how, okay, so I'm not getting the damage bonus on the first hit, but I am on the second on the hits after that. Which is why it's useless on Barat. Like that's the way it works with the first crit and the rest of it hits the bonus. But that's kind of pointless. Like I guess the thing is that's kind of like, I don't say pointless, but like that literally, I mean, great for rapid fire because it's like you get like 30 arrows. Okay, not that many, but like a lot of arrows or whatever. Because you don't really care about the first hit because you got 29 others. But it's like useless on Barrage or. Well, see, the thing that makes it really weird on Heartseeker though is that like Paintworkers only works on the first hit. So it's like if I'm not getting that damage in the first hit, then there's no point in going Gladiator's Triumph then, unless I just remove Paintworkers and go a different route. Now, what I need to know is, does it work with other like double hits or whatever? So if I was to set a dummy Okay, so wait. Oh, that's right. I get more overpower just because I crit. That's right. That's right. So it's gonna only like skew my damage. It's really hard to test this correctly without just. All right, Endeavor, you have a good one, man. Sorry, I'm doing the more like intricate stuff that isn't nearly as exciting for most viewers. This is how we this is how we find out things, though. Okay, so set dummy, do it again. Set dummy, do it again. Calculated ping over single target damage and with precision is only about a 6% damage loss single target versus a 60% aspect. So it's very worth using. Okay. Appreciate you doing that. So it did. I'm gonna reconfirm because I'm not quite sure. It did seem like the other hits from like the second arrow did work. Like the proc arrow did work. Yeah, it does. Okay. So the proc so the was D3.5. Basically Diablo 3.5. Is what we're playing currently. But all right, so the double hit works. Now it's time for me to do it with the five piece. See if all the hits get it. Because even if it doesn't work on the first hit, if all the four basics and they're all piercing, so you got four, and then you get an additional four. So 16 hits with the 55% chance for an additional 4 hits. So let's just say 18 hits. If it all works with gladiators, except for the first hit, it still might be worth getting rid of Engorgers if I want to use gladiators, but not use both. I guess I could still both, but I mean, it doesn't. It's just so anti-synergenic, or it's I don't even know the correct term. I don't know what the damage is without the glove, so let's do that first. Should I be looking for without the glove? Okay, so this is kind of what to expect. I keep in my mind for all right. It's gonna be really hard to kind of like eye this. I'm losing vengeance stacks too and overpower stacks. Okay, so It looks like it does. Yeah, there's a pretty significant jump, but let me get rid of some of my overpower stacks. But then I lose all my vengeance stuff too. You sack some vengeance, and then go all the way down to the bottom of that. Binger actually does transfer all the first hits of all the narrow set auto attacks, but doesn't transfer the first hit from the additional arrow. More secret set. Yeah, so that part, yeah. So that part, that part I knew, but that part I knew. You know what I found quite interesting though, like what's the point of devouring versus procession? Like I've been back and forth between the two a lot, and like they literally do practically the exact same thing. Procession being better because it scales with ranks in terms of the chance of getting additional arrow, and you also get overpower stacks for free. So it's like, why even go devouring when it's like literally better damage overall? Like when you apply more skill range to it, and it doesn't require hitting the same target multiple times to get the damage ramp up. All right, so now. So wait, actually, Zario. No, not thinking about it. I'm sorry. So if Pangorges does proc off the narrow set stuff, right? Then the damage from Gladiator's Triumph should apply on the narrow set basics then, right? Which should then apply to Pangorger's hit. The first hit would be bigger and transfer it 10%. Every time that I've gone back to like back and forth between procession and divine, I did it a lot this season. And the like the difference was like practically neck and neck. Like there was no tangible difference uh between them. Now the only thing I could think of is like, let's say if devouring arrow hits a different target, and that target is the first time it hits, and then it could potentially prop Pangorgers, which it doesn't do, but let's just say hypothetically that worked like that, then like maybe sure, but like because that doesn't happen, like just having the second proc of the arrow just has been, I don't know. But so if the narrow set eye is proc and Pangorgers, right? The double hit doesn't, sure. But the narrow if the narrow set eye basics is, then that should get the damage bonus from the gladiators. Just not happening on the first hit. Which means that you're looking at 75% proficiency with Pangorgers alongside Gladiator's Triumph. If that makes sense. It makes sense in my head. I don't know if it actually makes sense out loud. So, but you might be able to get a bigger contribution from something else then. So you're only getting 75% of the effectiveness while using the Gladiator's Triumph. All right. Well, I guess this is enough to um at least give it a shot. Oops. Okay, dude. But I guess when I think about my live build, though, there really isn't any room for it unless I remove crown, the current crown from the cube, from the charm, which is like 90%. So like, I mean, I guess it kind of would favor crown because that actually works in the first hit too. Slightly favor crown probably. All right. Well, that was interesting. There was something in Diablo 3 that worked exactly like that, where it didn't work on the first hit, but it worked after that. It was a Diablo 3. It was like a Demon Hunter passive or um. Oh yeah, Cold a Week. Cold a Week skill passive worked exactly like that, where it didn't like you didn't get the Cold Week bonus on the first hit, but you will after they're slowed or crowd control didn't work, but it didn't work on hit. It worked after. Yep, Diablo 3.5. Exactly what this, exactly what this is. All right, gloves. Gloves. Yeah, so we got gladiators. Cool. Now we just need to make that into a charm. Might need to do another charm though. Fire damage because I have no way to proc the whatchamacallit unless I give up one of my whatchamacallits to do it. Devouring just doesn't work with Pain Gorgers. Damage doesn't go up at all as you attack the first target more. Oh well, I guess that that explains it then. Did not know that. But that says a lot. All right, so I guess I'm gonna have to report that then. I wonder how big of a difference that would make. Like I'm sure it had to be kind of tangible, right? Like grant all uniques. Cosmos get all uniques. Four GA boots and 4 GA pants, really. I just want to see what they rolled. Gloves, gloves, gloves. Did I pick up Gladiator? Yeah, I did. So there's that. Do it again. Let's see what I actually roll. What I get. Assassin's Stride 4GA and Eyes in the Dark 4GA. Yeah, so let's try this again. What we got? There's another glove. It'd be nice if I can get one that already has like the chance to deal X damage. I don't have to worry about like getting my charms out. Physical damage? Bruh. That's like physical damage again. There you go. Alright. Game is straight up trolling. Straight up trolling. We're gonna get this all uniques. Talisman. Uniques. Do it again. I probably should just filter out everything. Like I should probably use my filters to make this a lot easier. Alright. Yeah, what we got? Class uniques. 4GA gloves. Okay. For GA Gladiators Triumphs, okay. And we got glove. This one here. All right. Come on. Poison damage. Yay, we did it. Unique power rule. Give me something a little higher. Okay, a little higher. 111. 120, I'll take that. Cool. Alright, so we'll do Gladiator's Triumph. Let's slam a thing on the thing. As figure. So the prism on here. Gonna get. I don't have that many, it looks like. Shadow. There we go. Overpower. I will take that. Cool. All right, so guess it's time for some pit. Oh, I guess 100 is highest. Okay. Oh, cause T12, I guess. What's this tier thing do? Oh, I guess I gotta stay in the circle for it.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
I can't attack. Actually, are these even worth in the pit though? Like, what's the progression like? Because they kind of come out slow. Almost can't even attack them. Okay, and it happened again? Okay, I don't know if I'm a fan of that. I feel like that just kind of, at least in the pit, it just slows up progression. Yeah, looks like it's kind of nice on at least Gladiator's Triumph. Now that I understand it. And that gives Heartseeker something to charm, which is great. So you either wear or charm Gladiator's Triumph / Pain Gorgers, and then you're set. You don't have to worry about a CC either. It's just raw damage, so that helps out on bosses. Always a plus. Okay, this is... Yeah. I'm not feeling this tears thing in the... Not in the pit. I don't know about the rest of the world, but... Yeah, well... Which classes do you think we'll do pit 150 next season? Hopefully none. 150 is supposed to be aspirational, not necessarily something that a class just does just cause. Any classes that's doing that was doing that was severely either overtuned or was using some sort of bug or bugs to get there. So ideally none, so we don't have any buggy, unintended interactions happening. But we'll see. The player base will find something. I know, probably not the take that you wanted to hear. I'm sorry. Actually got a pretty decent amount of toughness considering the amount of toughness I usually run with without Glenn's. All right, 110. I'm just gonna see what I'm doing in terms of speed piss, I guess, so hard seeker for a bit, and then I'm gonna switch builds, do the same thing with barrage, switch builds, do the same thing with rapid fire, and then that'll kind of be it for me. I might play around with more of the seasonal features or whatever that is later, but my main thing is just to see so I can give actual people's benchmarks, and then I can go kind of experiment. Good. It's looking like I should probably be able to do like, I don't know, the same speed piss I did in the current season. Should be a little bit better now just because the multipliers are higher because of the mythics. So if I was doing like 120s in about 3 minutes, I should be able to do that. Again, I didn't have gym strength in current season. Oh, I also need to benchmark some bosses too. While I'm at it. Zarya, are you there still, by chance? Okay, wait, what? Let me make sure I understand what you wrote. It's like each arrow and narrow set is separate. So if the first arrow crits, it won't make all the latter arrows go up in damage. Each arrow has to first crit, and then the pierces get the bonus. All right, so that shouldn't be a problem if you have like really high crit chance, right? Like, because then all the arrows should just crit anyway. Am I understanding that correctly? Oh, that was a 115. Okay. Okay. So let me ask you a question. So, like, did you and Crafty like farm with explosive shot on rapid fire, or did y'all actually use a reduced cost rune? Like, I know why y'all used it for pushing, right? The explosive shot for pushing, but like, since I didn't really do any pushing, I never used explosive shot because it was hella clunky for anything outside of that environment. All right, so what I'm noticing actually is that the wolf cap is actually starting to bother me now at this tier. I think it was bothering before, but I guess because I was one-shotting everything, it didn't matter. But now that I'm not one-shotting literally everything, or almost one-shotting-ish, not really, I started to notice. Ow. Says gem still a pain to get in season 14. What is the gem? You mean like the Heraldric gem? I don't think they made any changes to that. Wolf nerf. So what else would I use? Honestly, I could just apply to mark myself. I can just drop Shadow Step or something. Or actually, no, not Shadow Step. Drop Smoke Grenade. And just like go Barrage. And just mark the entire screen. So I can manually apply to mark myself if I wanted to. But I think naturally I don't really want to do that for a guide. I know a lot of people aren't going to like that at all. Alright, this was a bad 120. An awful 120. Also should have skipped the unstoppable mobs too, I guess, while I was at it. So I actually did kill them. Actually, that's actually not that bad then. Okay, yeah, it was really they were unstoppable at the beginning of it. So, all right, well, actually that's not that bad. So 2 staggers ish. Did I have a question? Not really. Alex, what's up, man? But yeah, I think if I was like, I can apply it myself. Multiple heart seeker possession at 50% chance to proximity, you have a 100% crit chance, which is questionable in seats of 14. It would effectively a 93% damage multiple, or if you had a 80% crit chance, would be effective a 75% damage multiplier. Okay, so you can reach 100% without inner sight, but you do need a crit chance seal though, as well, for that to work. So I'm effectively at 98.4% crit chance. Give it, like, if I use everything, like literally everything. Let me just go to like prep or something. Yeah. So everything, including the mediocre roll, crit chance on the it was literally my first six charm slot or 6 charm seal. So it just happened to roll crit chance. I'm like, okay, cool. But looking at everything else, I don't have GA crit chance. That's not GA crit chance. I just masterworked it. That's not GA crit chance. That's not GA crit chance. I did GA crit chance. The the tempers are definitely GA crit chance, of course. But no GA crit chances anywhere on gear in terms of actual rolls is concerned. Using everything here. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm right. Where is it at? Okay, yeah, 99.1% crit chance. So I'm at 99.1% crit chance without any GA crit chance rolls on gear. I have crit chance rolls, but they're not GA and they're not maxed out. So, now granted, different builds are gonna have different things, right? But, oh, by the way, I think the concealment crit chance actually works now that putting points into it. It didn't before, at least not to my knowledge. But now it does. Same thing with the smoke grenade. It's really the only way to get to this amount, literally. Yeah. That's why. So like basically we didn't. So when you think about it, when you take this into consideration, it also here too as well. It works with smoke grenade now. Like the points, I just don't have any extra points to put in it right now. But if you were to actually, you know what, we can prove that right now. Actually, let's do that real quick. So if I'm correct, this should put me at 100% crit chance. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Yep, I'm right. Okay, so it is fixed. Yeah. So basically, we technically didn't lose any crit chance, or didn't lose as much crit chance as we thought, because we actually gained what we were supposed to have in the first place when we put points into concealment and smoke grenade. So yeah, we're pretty much Gucci, man. And this is without inner sight. So Grez, what's going on, man? But yeah, I think that's it. All right, so it's looking like Gladiators, Gauntless is Kind of nice. PI is gonna crush all the Bills again next season. Though, I mean, as long as the PI bug is still there, yeah. You know what's funny though? Like if the Etna's basic obviously worked. If they actually if it worked for clone, like for imbuement stuff like that totally would help. Like at least Heartseeker, because I would drop smoke grenade for clone for a little extra damage, and that would actually be like, you know, pretty cool. My clone beat scale damage at all, yeah. So I guess the thing is I don't know really about like. So I actually think it might be a little closer next season than it was this season. Like PI is still, you know, miles ahead. No, don't get me wrong, but I think I think the gap is like a teeny bit closer because Sightless got nerfed. But that's the only reason. So it just feels like most poison bills are going to end up being almost exactly where they are now. If they're fully decked out in, like, you know, the mythic uniques for the, you know, 30% on multiple slots or whatever. Whereas I think like builds like Heartseeker got a little stronger than last season just because there's just no real nerfs. No tangible nerfs, I guess you put it that way. And just upgrades from the mythic uniques, I guess. But not enough to close the gap between, you know, cold and poison by any means, no, but only thing is that like freaking Narrow's eye set, right? Like mechanic. Well, I'm like literally fighting unstoppable mobs. Why am I doing that to myself? Yeah, I deserve that. I don't like the fact that I'm like ignoring the seasonal mechanic. Like just legit straight up just ignoring it. But it's like so it's to intercept for Heartseeker. Yeah, I mean there's nothing else to like nothing in the patch notes signifies anything, literally anything else being useful. You just take it for the 25% crit damage increase, basically. That's it. Whoa, that hurt. So about 3.5, roughly, when I don't die. Get 30 points so they can scale their bills, 15 in core, 15 in PI. Now let's see your scale multiplicatively with each other and dot versus crit damage. That's higher and doesn't even need crit chance. Poison has better glyphs. That's the reason why poison is 10 levels higher than like CI. I figured the majority of it had to do with clone getting the 100% of the bonus, which it shouldn't. I'm not saying everything else you just said isn't correct, because I mean there is that too. But like if you remove clone from that equation, you notice a pretty significant difference. You add a damage scale to CI, and Shadow Imbuement needs to scale from core damage. I don't know why they seem so hesitant in making like Shadow Imbuement like good. Like, I don't know. Honestly, Shadow Imbuement, like Azarath is pretty much what Shadow Imbuement should have been. Pretty much. In a sense. I'm like literally misclicking. Unfortunately. So I'm like missing my 5 piece bonus way more than I should. So I can't even see my cursor. I gotta with the 4K monitor now. So like I'm like shooting into like nothing. Which is awful for my damage. He's just gonna stand there, I guess. Oh no. Alright, so that was 3 minutes. Despite the pretty awful play. Yep, I suggested that the other day, make Shadow Imbuement like Azarath and just get rid of Azarath. Get rid of Pelgrine. Yeah, I don't like that ring either. I don't really push, so I guess it doesn't really truly affect me. But yeah, that ring is like, I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to like make a stricken gem from Diablo 3 or cold imbuement build, since they know that like, you know, cold immune on bosses is, or sorry, cold imbues on bosses is just LOL, right? But it's like they had to know that everyone was gonna find some way to use it on every build, on every set. Like, they had to know. There's no way that you don't know. Right? Like, I'm just saying. To find some sort of like ridiculous, you know, DJ, what's up, man? I don't know. I guess I'm gonna switch up something real quick. Because now I'm back to my old monitor. I had to use the 16:9 stream layout now, which is this is my older school layouts. But I'm gonna switch to this for a little bit that has a chat on the side, because there's no way to put a chat unless I put it in the screen itself on top of the overlay stuff, which I feel kind of looks a bit tacky over time. All right, Zario, you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by as always. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna boss for a little bit. See who to beat up on. Duriel. Let's beat up on Duriel. Yeah. Just like before, he does before the first dagger. Although a lot of my arrows kept like hitting the side, so I lost quite a bit of damage from the pierces. But that's just how Duriel do things. Oh, you know what I just realized? Oh man, I'm losing. I'm losing a lot of damage. I forgot to switch back to inner sight after the testing. So I've been running preparation for like the past 30 minutes.
It's locked.
Whoops. That is a difference. That does make a difference. Glenn, what's going on? Sandbagging for Rogue. Hey man, I mean, no comment. Hey, that's I've been playing RC going last year. I'm doing T10 pretty easy. T12 seems to be a bit of stretch. I can do overall T12 somewhat, but not bosses quite yet. Yeah, it takes a lot of scaling. Like it takes a lot of like you have to have like really good gear to do like T12 bossing on a cold setup without making any changes. My advice to you right now is until your gear gets like your gear and your glyphs. Oh, you only that's gonna take if you're only Paragon 208, yeah, you're not gonna be able to mollywop bosses on cold on T12. You're just not. Um, you have a lot of scaling to do still. In the meantime, though, what I would do if I were you is I don't know if you're following my guide, but make a new crossbow just for bossing and put high velocity aspect on it instead of frozen memories that you do on your main crossbow, and just use that for bossing. And I promise you, bossing would be quite a bit easier if you did that. Now, eventually, you should be able to do it without that, but if you want faster bossing, just make a new crossbow for just for bossing. Not crossbow, sorry, or bow. Bow or crossbow doesn't really matter for bossing. I thought guess I didn't reset the dungeon. Like I'm about to do the same thing to myself, so. This is hungry right now. Yeah. But like I think the thing is that you have to make sure that you're scaling everything else. Like you're gonna need like once you start getting like the GA rolls on important pieces and stuff, you'll notice your damage spike. Right now you're still early in the gear process and you want to do bosses on cold. Like it's gonna take some time. It just is. Just because obviously most of my damage is a good chunk of my damage is done when they're staggered. Yeah, you got some ways to go, which is like good news. Like you're not close to being like like strong yet, if that makes sense. Like maxed out, like or near maxed out aspects, like masterworked GA crit, near 100% crit chance. Like, Starless Skies, Air Perdition. You might have those two already. I'm not quite sure. I mean, just like some big, big damage buffs. Do you just like eat all my pierces, man? I gotta find like a new boss to test. Cause like he literally just eats all of my pierces. by like hugging up against the freaking wall. Um, I guess Arbinger is actually be decent. Okay, that was a decent one. It's a 227 mark. I should write this down. Good. The things I have most of the gear is how it is in the planar. I'm missing the GA vulnerable on my amulet and GA crit, and then it seems to be the main thing I'm missing. Everything else is pretty similar. You got all my legendary aspects from that build maxed out. So you're gonna have to like your glyphs are all at 100. Um, having all your glyphs are about like 120, 130 actually does make a difference. And if you're still using Moonrise, then you're probably not using the min max version of the planner, which doesn't have Moonrise at all. Because you're putting Crown in the as a charm. I would suggest that if you really want to up your damage. And two, also make sure, because I know this is easy to forget, make sure that you have a way to proc your Etnus bonus. You know, there's like lucky hit up to 40% chance to deal elemental damage. Make sure that is somewhere, whether that is on like a charm, any of the charms really. Like if you can get one of them, or a roll on one of the weapons here, like a elemental proc roll or whatever. Make sure you have one of them. If you do not, you're not going to get the damage bonus from Etnas. I've seen a lot of people miss that when I was speaking with them, or when I was checking some people's gear in the past or whatnot. So I just wanted to throw that out there, for you, just in case. Okay, so we did that. We need to make a another crossbow. It'd be kind of hard because I don't have nearly as good weapon damage. I guess I could do all. Yeah, we can just use this crossbow for LOLs. Yeah. So you're about to see me do exactly what I was suggesting that you may want to try. That is to actually, what is my weapon? Okay, so that's actually pretty high. What did they do? The gem shift? They reduced it. They nerfed it. Rightfully so. I'm glad they actually did do that. Not gonna lie. I thought it was quite ridiculous. That's what you're missing.
Tanks raided my
I
stream
knew it was
with
something,
34
Glenn.
Dark
views.
side. We just got raided, son. You know how we do.
How's it going, sir?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
How's Roy looking next season? I mean, practically the same. We didn't get any like buffs or nerfs. Things are still bugged. I mean, some items are going to be a little bit different naturally, but I mean, that's kind of really about it. Like, in order for us to feel a difference, we need some like actual like bug fixes, like true bug fixes. And until then, it's just gonna feel the same, really. But relative to other classes, because some of the classes did actually get nerfed, or some of the bigger bugs is fixed like that. Rogue has gained some stonks because of other classes' nerfs. I put it that way, or humongous bug fixes, or things that were way overtuned or now brought down. So now Rogue looks good by comparison. But Rogue didn't do anything to be good, if that makes sense. It's just other things got worse. So that is how that is playing out for us right now. Resolve is game changing again. Yeah, so like stuff hurts. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like having Resolve is yeah, the nerf. Yeah. Stuff hurts. And like I actually did build myself for a bit more toughness than usual on the PTR, and like even I was kind of like oof. And I usually play like Ultra Glass Cannon all the time, and I was just like, man, this is at least Resolve in real life is still functional. Oh man. He said, yeah, it's a good change. Honestly, there shouldn't ever be this is the only option type thing. I agree with you, Boyle. Warrior? That was it. Yeah, all good, Glenn. Roy in real life. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Actually, I'd appreciate the follow. But thanks for the rating, Pan. I actually got a late start because my OLED monitor, my OLED ultra wide monitor decided to poop out. I don't say poop out. It just got stuck on pixel refresh and never decided to unstuck. I don't know if that's making any sense, but you get what I'm saying. Thankfully, I have a warranty and I can just get my money back or get into the monitor, but I think I'm kind of done with OLED tech right now, at least on ultra wides until that tech matures. Because I've been having, it's like this is like my second monitor I've like went through, so I'm just, I think I just will wait. I'll wait. OLED has not been good. So the OLED looks gorgeous. It's not that bright though, but I mean it looks gorgeous. But like when it decides, like I'm on my computer a lot, and like if I'm gaming or if I'm doing something really important, the whole like pixel refresh thing sometimes will just automatically do it without your permit. Like I want to say not without your permission. It tells you like in 10 minutes it's going to do a pixel refresh and you can't cancel it. Like if you've been on your computer, on your monitor for a certain amount of hours, it will just do it automatically on you. And I've had it happen like literally in midstream before. I've had it happen while I was doing some important work for the school I teach at. And it's just kind of like annoying because you can't turn it off. And like that inconvenience is pretty massive for the, when I'm doing what I'm doing. So that, and I've had on both panels I've had an MSI OLED ultra wide monitor, and then I had an Alienware before that one that I returned for the MSI because of dead pixels. So both times I've had dead pixels on both monitors on a very short period of time. And so like, and the funny thing about it is that like my old monitors, like my monitor I have right now, just for like the OBS and stream chat and whatever, like I've had this monitor for like 7 years and still not a single dead pixel. And it's just a kind of a standard 27-inch 2K IPS panel. Like it's not anything like, I mean, it was great tech then, but it's not like it's considered outdated now, or old. I'm gonna say outdated, but old tech. Not a single dead pixel. Not a single problem. I have a LG, same thing, 32-inch IPS, whatever, 4K, same thing. Had that for like 4 years, 5 years. Not a single dead pixel. Like, but then the two OLEDs I got, within 1 year, I've had several dead pixels on both of them. And then the second one just got stuck on pixel refresh and never came out of it, and it's just like dead. So surely I'm probably the one that's unlucky here. Like I'm not dogging on OLED tech in general, but my experience with OLED has not been good. I'll put it that way. Like, it has not been good to me, and those monitors are not cheap. So it's kind of like, I think maybe for me it's just best for me to wait. I don't want to keep having to return OLED monitors every time, like every couple of months because of issues. So that's why I say I think I'll just wait. Yeah, IPS monitors are like still like really good. Like it's, it's like, I don't know. I like the colors of IPS. I mean, IPS monitor. I mean, I understand the backlight and some of the other like issues with the tech itself, but like that, like the IPS issues never really bothered me that much. Like it was there, sure, but it was never one of those things where I got annoyed enough to like be upset and like switch to a different panel. But yeah. But now it makes a lot of sense now because I got like there's the way my damage is just poopy. I've seen you and Woody fly through pit 115s and things. Yeah. He's like, I know what you're talking about. It does that on mine to clean your images thing, right? Yep, that's exactly what it is. I know why they do that, and that's just to keep the the monitor in like the tech fresh because it needs to do that. But like I need to have control over it. If I want to fuck up my monitor, let me do it on my own terms, right? Don't force me out of the middle of nowhere if I'm doing something important to go through that process. If I screw up the monitor because I keep canceling the pixel refresh or whatever that pops up, then that's my business, not the company's, right? Like if I screw it up, then like void my warranty. Great. I mean, I don't care because it's my fault, right? For not eventually doing it, but don't force it on me. Like don't make it a thing I can't do anything about. Like that literally makes me never want to, mess with your product like again, ever. I waited for Chinese brand IPS back in the day and it's been solid. Yo, IPS models are like nowadays are like ultra cheap, man. Like they're like so good for the money. I probably should have went for the crit damage here. Actually, no. No. I kind of want to emulate what I already have, so I kind of want to leave it at this. Yeah, I'll leave it at this. It's fine. Is that a countdown? This is kind of a. You know what? We're gonna send it and see what happens, just cause. Is it this one? Yeah. What's this one? All right. What we got? 25% attack speed. Okay. I'm gonna be past cap anyway, so I guess this is really not. It's really not that great. I was like one break point away anyway, so it's really not that big of a deal. As crazy as that sounds. I guess swap to PC. I'm looking at the monitors. It's so good to hear your take on it. Okay, cool. I've been running Series X and 2 TVs, and now swapping to an MSI. It's amazing. Yeah. So I think so. Yeah. There's a lot of things I wish I understood about monitors when I was first shopping around for it. So, I mean, honestly, sometimes it depends on your setup. It depends on the room that you're in. How much lighting you have is also important. How like what the distance is between you and the monitor that's on your desk. Like there's also the kind of games you play. There's a lot of things that factor into the kind of monitor that you would want to use. Like if I had to go back and do it all over again, like I don't know if I would go with a 4K monitor. To be honest. I mean, I have one right now because it's like my older monitor right now, so I'm cool with it and it's fine. But if I had to go do it all over again, I'd probably go with I probably drop down to a traditional 27-inch, like 1440p, like with ridiculous specs, high refresh rate, good color, ratio, that kind of stuff. Especially if you stream a lot. That's another thing to kind of consider. Yeah. So mine's an Ultra Gear 34-inch monitor OLED, so it does that on mine too. It can be annoying. Yeah, all the companies do. I don't understand. It's like they're all band together just to piss off the the consumers. Just like, yeah, we're gonna all do this one feature that we know they're gonna hate. We know they're gonna hate it, but we're gonna all do it, and we're gonna all agree to do it together. Wild. Try Mephisto. Mephisto isn't really a benchmark. I'm trying to do right now. Like, I'm trying to gather data for particular builds on PTR for what I do on Maxroll, and Mephisto isn't really that data point. I guess I could. Oh, also too, the cutscenes. I'm not trying to deal with that. The cutscenes the skip cutscenes didn't make the PTR, but it's supposed to be after the PTR. Okay, so Glenn, I don't know if you saw that, but like you saw a difference on that kill, like how much faster that kill was when I swap weapons. Like I went with a different weapon just for bossing. I decided not to do, or I took off my Frozen Memories weapon And I did high velocity, and like that kill was much faster. Why? Because high velocity does frozen memories does nothing until he's staggered. So I need to write that down as a spot in the stream for me to clip for data. What was that 2, 4? I paid like $500 for a 240 IPS years ago. That is now $200. Yeah, man. The tech is, yeah. I don't know, man. Like I guess for me too as well. Like I don't really play a lot of like ultra high end games to begin with. Like a lot of my games I play are like action RPGs that aren't really that demanding, or you're not gonna really get the benefit of having like some sort of like ultra technical like panel of any sort, right? So it's like when I think about the games I play, it's like, you know, what do I actually need versus what do I want? I've been very lucky. Mine yours is 2 years old. Like I said, my LG, I love LG monitors, man. Like I said, the one I use right now for stream for OBS and chat, like 7 years old. Like legit 7 years old. Still works. Colors, everything. No like weird spots, no dead pixels. Always on all the time. Like freaking boss of a monitor, man. The big difference, yeah. See, so that's why I recommend in the guide that, you know, that people switch. Because of that reasoning. Literally because of that reasoning. But that bullshit AI in the new ones, like your LG 34-inch monitor is 11 years old and it's fine. Yeah, man. I can say the fact that initially they're like very costly. Like LG definitely is a bit more expensive, or on the more expensive side, but every time it's been worth it. It's been worth for me. Okay, so I guess what to do now, because I've benchmarked Heartseeker. I need to PW. I need to do Barrage, but I need a Wind Force. And me needing a Wind Force means I need to change up some stuff. Actually, you know what? I wonder, can I forego Frozen Memories completely with Barrage and just go with Wind Force and just say no? Like literally just say no to actually no, I probably can't do that, no. I probably need to do it as an aspect somewhere. Because I still have Edna's, right? But I'll still need to do because I'll need I can't, because like I would need a glove, like a regular glove. Actually, are there any good unique gloves? I can't use Pangorgers or Gladiators. Good, love the title. D3.5 BTR. Broken test room. I mean, it is what it is. I call it as I see it, man. I call it as I see it. Literally, they're D3ifying D4. Yeah, Glenn. D4 is dead. It's not D3.5. It's time to shine. So, honest opinion, y'all, real quick, before I start building into Barrage real quick. which shouldn't take me too long. But honest opinion, like from you guys. So you see because I'm now, my ultra wide is dead. I'm back to 16.9 ratio or 16:9 ratio, which means I have to change my stream layout again to accommodate that. I can't do the old thing I did with everything on top and my stuff at the very bottom, whatever that. I can't do that anymore. So I have this layout right now, which has the chat up here above me, right? So I don't, like, for mobile users, the chat is useful, right? But for everyone else, the chat doesn't do anything. It's just kind of there. So I can either leave the chat there for the real, like, and lose a little bit of real estate, or I can do this, and then I rid the chat completely, but then you get more real estate in the game, like to be able to see what's going on. So if you had an opinion, like a preference, I guess you say, like, if, you know, if there's a preference, which one would it be? Like, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just, I'm trying to get some feedback. You can scroll like 5 lines or so of chat right over my head. So ideally, I was trying to not do the chat like in the thing, because I hear people don't like when the screen is, like, when the actual screen itself is full of clutter. Because usually I have it on the right side, like on like that side, like in the corner with like the chat kind of in the corner. I used to do it like that. Real estate for the win. Okay. Like to see more of the game, real estate. So you can scroll only 5 lines or so of chat right over your head. Transparent, but since you read the chat questions out loud, chat is not needed on screen. Okay. I'll play around with this. Actually, you know what? Here's what we can do. Actually, no. I'll do it for next stream. I'll just put it in the bottom right. I'll probably just do something small in like the bottom right of the actual picture thing and try to make it fit kind of nicely. Rimsham, what's going on? All right, well, picture the feedback. Cool. All right, so what are we gonna do now? Oh yeah, then I got my Spotify song at the very bottom, which, you know, was playing, which I think is good. How's the road looking to PTR? The same as technically outside the PTR. Like, there's no buffs or nerfs to Rogue. It's just items here look a little different. That's about really it. There really isn't any major fixes outside of the Sky Hunter. Sky Hunter's a win for sure. Multi-shot is fixed, believe it or not. That's good. That's good news. Outside of those things, though, like, it's just, you know, Rogue just looks better in PTR relative to some of the other classes, because other classes got hit pretty big with some massive nerfs or some bug fixes which equated to nerfs at the end of the day. So yeah. So by comparison, we look better now, but we didn't really gain anything or gain much of anything. So, oh yeah, I did. Also, I'm sorry. You're right, Daffy. You're right. Yeah, Twisted Blades and Flurry did get buffs. They did. You're right. I don't think it's gonna change much of anything on Rogue though. Like, in terms of like the tier. Like, the tier stuff of Rogue will still be mostly what it is now. Like, TB isn't gonna like, you know, jump up a bunch over the other Rogue builds, because Sightless got nerfed too. So you got to keep that in mind. Although Blurred Blade did get buffed, keep in mind the the nerf to Sightless is bigger than the buff to Blurred Blade. So this isn't to say that Twisting Blades won't be better. Yes, it will be better, but like it'll just go from being like okay to good. If that makes sense. Twisting Blades was okay. Now it's like good. But same thing with Flurry. Like Flurry was kind of was meh, but now it's like pretty good. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like there's legit nothing wrong with that. Just want to put that out there. I just want to temper people's expectations because it's like, oh, I see the buff to Twisting Blades. It must, is it S tier now, or is it like the Rogue's best build? Like none of that's gonna happen. None of that is like a thing. Or some of the creators talking about crit chance. Is that affecting the Rogue, or have I figured a work around? I don't have any problems with crit chance. Like I'm capped. So like I'm capped without inner sight. So I don't know. I can't speak for the others, but I don't have a problem with it. At the same time, though, I don't know if there were other Rogue creators that were speaking about it or not, but trying to think. Yeah. So I don't know about the other Rogue creators like that, but like they fixed the scaling of crit chance with concealment, with calculation, with points. It didn't scale before, but it scales it now. Like it was supposed to scale, it just never did. Same thing with Smoke Grenade. So like if when I conceal, I literally actually gain a 14% crit chance, which didn't it didn't work before. So it scales with the more points you have into it. Same thing with Smoke Grenade. Like the more points you have into it, the crit chance actually scales too. So it wasn't working before. There are probably some Rogue players who forgot that it wasn't working before. But literally because these two scale the crit chance now, like we can cap again. So without like too much issues. And I don't have GA crit chance on any of my 4 pieces. Like I have it here for tempers, yes, but not these 4 pieces. Like I have crit chance, but they're not GA and they're not maxed. World boss in 12 minutes. Well, yeah, this is PTR. I'm not gonna be doing any world bosses on PTR. But thanks though. BP was BP. Oh, you mean breakpoint? Like it's not something that like you will need to have crit chance on like everything. Like this isn't one of those things where it's like you can skip crit chance. Oh, I'm sorry. Black paint. Okay, yeah. It is black paint. Yeah, I should have the playlist thing right there, or the little like Spotify thing. Jump by black paint. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a musician, so I have my playlist features like literally almost every genre you can think of, almost. So yeah. The freaking overlay was curvy because my mouse was on the video. No, all good. I was trying to find some way to sneak it in there on this new stream layout or whatever. Mocha Dragon, what's up? So teaching was in your DS clan. Like, oh man, which version were you in? Were you in the Prime Assassins, or were you in Or were you in Glass Cannon build? Oh, Mini Frizzle. Yo, long time no see, man. I remember that name. How'd you discover me on Twitch? Yeah, that's great. Well done. Thanks. I had to figure it out without the ultra wide anymore, so it's kind of that was a challenge. What do I want to do now? Oh yeah, Wind Forest. So we need to like turn this into a usable Wind Forest. Oh man, we should have followed. There's no crit damage on it. We're not doing this. Well, I mean, I'll wait. I guess I can also look for good Sky Hunters too while I'm at it. Sky Hunters look like. In D4, having a great time. Glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, man. I've been mostly a D. Yeah, I mean, once D4 came out, I went practically ham into D4. I still visit D3 every now and then, like on like good seasons, like the Ethereal season is a really good season. I come back for that sometimes. Crucible is also a good one. I also like that one. Yeah, there are several good ones that I do come back for. All right, boy, you have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Trying to like see if I can get like a decent. That actually wasn't a bad one for us because it didn't have any GAs on it. I was hoping to at least have like one GA maybe. One. With the PoE and try to convince you to try, but you. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I still like to this day. I still do not enjoy the original PoE. Like, I like I like PoE too. Like I do like PoE too, but I do not like the original. Combat is not. It's just not there for me there in that game. I think I'm gonna have to just settle for like some mediocre or non-GA foes. Weird. I've been playing D3 on your Switch 2 with your girlfriend's split screen. Okay, we have a blast. She loves all the cosmetics. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And here I am. I'm married now, and you know we don't do any gaming together. Her hobbies are way different than mine, but it's all good. I'm gonna just keep going through until I see like GA. Around the material soon. Here we 1 versus 2. Here. I mean, I can understand. Like, I know there's been a lot of like back and forth. There's a split in the community between PoE 1 and PoE 2. So like, I mean, I can understand the appeal for either or. Right? Like, I get it. I just always been more of a combat person. Like, and anything that, you know, kind of requires me to work a little bit, I'm gonna always be in favor of. But I know that I'm like so far in the minority when it comes to that, like for sure. Like I actually enjoy PoE 2's campaign. I know a lot of people do not like the campaign at all, but I actually do. I like the campaign. I actually do. I don't mind slogging through it again and again and again. As weird and crazy as that sounds. All right, let's see. We're gonna do a focus. That's a chaotic reroll. Need to get rid of the life one kill. Is that a defense? Life one kills a defense, right? Pretty sure it has to be. If not utility or is it? Yeah, it has to be defense. So I'm risking rolling my health off for something different. Knew it. Knew it was gonna happen. Okay. Like health on bows are like 100% necessity. That's what's this resource? Yeah, resource. Gotta reroll here. So we got health. I really don't want the all damage multiplier. Do I risk it? You know what? No, I'm not gonna do it. We're just PTR testing. It should be good enough. So do you enjoy the PoE2 campaign? Do I ever play the D4 campaign or skip it? I skip it. I think the story is fine. I just don't like playing through the D4 campaign. Like I don't mind playing through the PoE2 campaign, but I do not like playing through the D4 campaign at all. So I do it the one time I have to do it every expansion, and then that's it. By the way, Mini Frizzle, do you still talk to anybody from like the clan? Like some people are still around, kind of like dispersed. I talked to Nian, like Vocaloid Nian, like a couple of years ago, like 2 years back, I think it was. He's so different now. Like he's like grown up. It's actually like weird to say that. He's not doing Nian things anymore. I could see why you don't like the original PoE. It's kind of fast, like Toy Electric from Mitch. I remember us saying that's part of the reason you couldn't get into that. Yeah, I mean, I think like, I don't know. I like for, and again, I know I am definitely in the minorities, but I like for combat to matter. So I'm on Jonathan's team when it comes to like meaningful combat, as much as people may not like that term, PoE2. But meaningful combat, in my opinion, does. I mean, there is some merit to it, because it's like, what's the point of fighting mobs or monsters if they don't do anything, or if you don't see them do anything? Like if everything on the screen dies in like 0.1 seconds, then is there any reason to have monster variety with the fixes and elites and stuff? Like It might as well just be, you know, cardboard cutouts with like 1 HP above their head, and that's it. Like it's the same thing, right? In my eyes, that's like the same thing. So like, I think when Telkins with the 46 months in a row, appreciate you. So I think, like, personally, I think, you know, if artists and like, you know, system designers and stuff like that are gonna spend all that time designing, you know, effects and mobs to try to kill you in interesting ways, and we ignore it completely, or we become immune to it because we one-shot everything, then it kind of like defeats the purpose, I think. You know, they have to matter in some capacity. I'm not saying everything should be a spongy, right? Like, I'm not saying everything should, you know, take forever to kill and, you know, all that kind of. I'm not on that team or that far on that team, but I do think that, you know, there, you know, should be some resistance. Some. Serena Rails back in season 14. Nope. Beast Wall Bruce is still broken. Is a mythic change only for season? No. So the crafted mythic is only seasonal, but the whole like any item can be a mythic is not a seasonal thing. That's a permanent change. I don't know how I feel about that yet. Literally, so the reason why I call it D3.5 and like the title is literally primarily because of that. Basically, the new mythics is basically primals from Diablo 3. Like it's just a new item tier now. It's just primals, and it's primals the way that ironically, think about this. It's primals in the way that D3 wanted to do it initially. So there was a PTR or a thought where they were going to do BM, what's up? Appreciate the sub. There was going to be a time where they were going to allow D3 primals to roll 30% stronger. Like all the stats were going to be like 30% higher from primals. Like that was the initial, right? And there was so much pushback from the community that they got rid of the 30% and then just did perfect rolls instead. So ironically, they brought the idea back in Diablo 4 with the new quote unquote mythic change or whatever, to literally be what primals were in Diablo 3, but add the 30% better aspect, just to see if we're going to complain in D4 like we did in D3, which ironically enough, we're not complaining. People are not complaining about that at all. But I mean, $42.10, 207. Got to hear you're in NYC now. No, I haven't talked to anyone from the clan ages. Okay. Oh, you're in NYC. All right. So Knicks, right? Knicks, right? How about them Knicks? If you're from D3, moved to PoE and now are Bill authors. Top five. Go Knicks. What you know about Nick Selkins? What you This is because Don Hudson cursed the other team. What is this company doing? Bugged or broken eyes and they can't get it fixed. Umber was a bug for the entire season though. Yep, it's still bugged. Yeah. There's a lot of things that they kind of just need to sit down and, you know, like, you know, fix. I don't think. Well, I won't say I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Like I honestly don't know what to expect or what they are going to do or not going to do with that. So I legit don't know. So many things don't work still. It makes it very difficult to test or a lot of things actually. So it has been kind of a frustrating-ish process to two test things. I guess the last session. People as we got. Oh yeah, Eagle Horn, Windforest, Sky Hunter, Cassius. So I should pick up 4 bows each time, right? Only pick up the bows that have GA on it. Huh? Actually, I really just need to go back to the cube. It's gonna be a lot faster that way. But I need to have to get the mats again. Annoying.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
Appreciate the sub, man. Glad to see that you're doing well. Am I locked in today? I'm good. Nick's is so cause I know that's you. I know that is you. That is you. I haven't seen Medium Steak in a while. Medium Steak hasn't subbed in a bit. Nah, but about them Knicks though. There's Medium Steak. Oh, what? I have no idea how you do that, but that still blows my mind. Then again, I guess I'm like boomer at this point, right? I don't know how the internet's as well. You can just search who to give to. Uh-huh. So Nick's just happened to be watching, right? That name hasn't been taken by anybody. And then Medium Steak, when I was talking about him, just happened to. All right, get fun. Let's get you. Bed does kind of sound kind of nice right now. I ain't gonna lie, but I got works to do. I at least have like 1 GA, just one. Ooh, got the well, I'm stuck with the all damage too though. Let me see if we can craft something. Craft this into something better. No, I mean, no, I can't though. Not having Dex is actually like rough, but I actually have to have the health too as well. So I don't know. Let's see, chaotic reroll. Remove the like resource. Do something else. Yeah, that's the health. I guess we're gonna have to. Okay, I had a reroll of something. Take a chance. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. Rip. Yes, it worked. Did you guys 24 hours? No. Not at all. I'm thinking maybe another hour-ish for me. Ideally, I'm trying to test guess I got a Sky Hunter out of this. Ideally, I'm trying to get barrage tested and then document the feedback. Documenting. I hate documenting stuff. I don't like any administrative-ish type work. Data collecting, all that stuff like that. Like, I like to just do the thing. Like spreadsheets and Excel stuff has never been my thing ever. It's funny because almost everybody else in on Mashal like is in love with spreadsheet stuff. I just give me a notepad and I'll just like vomit stuff on it, and then I'll try to check back later to see if my vomit made sense. Almost makes you wonder how I even like am able to do half the things I do in these games, right? It's just like, how do you know it's gonna work? I don't know. Just intuition. I don't know. I guess felt it. Like I legit felt it was gonna work, right? Literally, that's how it goes for me sometimes. It's like, yeah, it just felt like it was gonna work, so. Operation, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But literally that's how that goes. But in order for that to work though, like you have to really know the ins and outs of the product or a game or whatever to be able to do that. But yeah, or do it and be able to pull it off successfully sometimes. I use the term sometimes pretty loosely there, but yeah. All day was going on. How the hunter recovery going? Been a while. It's been okay. I haven't really complained about it because it's one of those things where it's like it's there, and it bothers me to some degree, but I've gotten so accustomed to it that I just live with the idea that it's just there. It hasn't gotten any worse. Hasn't really gotten any like better. I don't know. I don't know how to really describe it. To be pain free, yeah, that's you nick or cut a couple of nerves in some areas, like that's it. Your nerves will either take years to heal or they just will bitch at you for the rest of your life. I'm assuming the latter is happening at the moment, but I guess we'll see. It's the kind of thing, yeah, pretty much. Like it's always there. Like I always feel it. It's always kind of annoying. If I do too much walking or too much standing or too much running, like it will, I aggravate it a little more. So then it starts to become to be more pronounced, but it doesn't like keep me from doing things like it used to. Like I can still do the things I do. It's just like an annoying pain that just won't go away. But at least I know that like I'm back to teaching full time. I can actually do that stuff and understand that I'm not hurting my body in any means by doing so. Whereas before, for like a whole year, I was scared to like do much of any movement at all because I'm like, if I'm in pain now and I do, you know, too much exercising or too much anything, it's like, am I gonna like tear something? Like I was like scared. I was legit scared to death for a while. Oh no, I'm not scared at all anymore. Like I just I YOLO those things now and just expect to feel it later. But yeah. Demon, what's up, man? I'm seeing like people I haven't seen in a while, like kind of just coming back. I know, W sub, yes. How's it going, Demon? Where we are just like give me a good GA, please. Why is it gonna be on the cold damage? Okay, that's actually pretty decent. Yeah, I probably should just stick to the whatchamacallit. I know it's like I know I have like no dex on it, which is awful. You get so much dex on like a one-hander. It hurts to not have it. I mean, two-hander, like it's just a lot. The point where like, I guess that's actually kind of okay. Like all damage is not gonna be better than dex. Where's Eva? He's been like you knew what happened to what's her name? Now I can't think of her name anymore. See, that's like even worse. Oma, no, not Oma. She was a Sea of Thieves streamer, also a VTuber. Can't think of her name on top of my head, which is actually sad that I kind of you know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, you know, yeah. Whenever she her when she passed away, he's been not around as much. But like the first 3-4 months when that happened, like, oh, you didn't know? She passed away about a year and a half ago. I didn't know about it until last year myself, like early last year I think it was. So I found out like 2 or 3 months after that happened, and like I legit was like trying not to cry on stream because it was like I didn't know she had cancer at the time, but she didn't want people to know. But she lived life, you know, very happy and like, you know, like never complained. She was always super positive and always had great messages on her stream and whatnot. And then next thing I know, like Pig was, I had to like really verify because you know Pig, you know, Evident Pig can be Evident Pig sometimes. So like I'm just like, nah, you're lying. Like ain't no way. And yeah, that was the case. So that was something. Yeah, it was like, I mean, like she was so kind-hearted too, man. Like it's just like, it makes you mad. Like it just makes you mad, like to see people like that go too soon. Evan the Pig would tell me, he's like, yeah, it was like, it was hard. And then she said like she would say that she would watch my stream sometimes, like in the morning while she's in the hospital getting like chemotherapy or whatever. She'll like turn on my stream on the big monitor thing or whatever, like during a time frame or whatever like that. So I don't know. It was just I don't know. Yeah, but he's been kind of like not around as much. Yeah. So, yeah, he took a break from like watching or just like doing anything social. Like he was really hit by it, like hard, like really, really hard. So I've noticed that he's been slowly kind of like edging himself back into, visiting around, streams or whatnot. But yeah, it'll be a while before he uh, physical damage. Wow. This game. Thanks, game. Not what I wanted. Obviously. She's been around yours a bit, kind of like in the recent. Yeah. No, his schedule is also like in terms of my stream is concerned, his schedule is a little bit different. Um, he like when he first was around my stream a lot, he had a different wow, this guy hunter is baller. What? I had this hidden. What? All right, that's definitely for like different stream. Nah, but yeah, I noticed that like when his schedule changed, he was definitely around a bit less, for sure. At least my streams. Like I see him like on he visits Trep chains still quite a bit too. Yeah, I don't ever see Evan the Pig when I'm on your stream. Either I come on, a bit later or I'm there too early or one of the two. I don't know. Trying to think of what I need for this build now. Like I gotta I can't do anything with this glove. I don't know why I have this glove. Yeah, so now I need a new glove. I need a new glove and a new sword. I can keep the weapon. No, I can't keep the weapon. I'm doing Wind Force. I forgot. But yeah, new sword and new glove. So we'll go do that real quick. Oh, also a new helm because we can't do. There is no way in hell we can do kind of loose Raj, unfortunately. Way too costly. So we'll have to do either Shaco or actually maybe an aspect. I mean, Shaco would be. I don't know. A regular helm with an aspect actually wouldn't be bad either. If I can do like the damage first, like 25%, which is like retribution. It's actually not bad. But I think the Shaco with the +6 skills might be just a little. Just a little. At this with cold. Fire roll with this one. At this weapon. And I guess we'll need to probably gamble. Juice for chat. Great juice. Yeah, man. Gotta keep the stereotype alive. Grape drink. Gotta do it. Crown still OP. If you can use it, yeah, but it does require you to slot in the Starless Skies. Like Starless Skies, even though it's like not as good anymore, it's still really good because of the resource cost reduction part of things. So it's kind of hard to run without Stellar's guys. But yeah, Crown is really good on Heartseeker because you can actually sustain Crown on Heartseeker. But it's like, and also Crown is also really good on Rapid Fire because you can also sustain Crown on Rapid Fire. But on Barrage, different story. Like you have to give up a lot to be able to attempt to sustain. Like I would have to like do like to boss will pants, which would be a massive hit to damage reduction, and like if I put in the cube, I still lose a lot of damage that way too. Speaking of which, what in the hell do I put in the cube? Not cube, talisman, charm. Just do this. All right, what do we need to do? We need to do. I'm like losing track of what I need to do. All right, let's get the oboes. Oh, let's see this setup too before I. So we saved that. Now we can. Oboes, gold, oboes, gold. All right, well.
Worry not, Peter. The cathedral will not abandon you.
Father bring you luck? Fair bit of magic in that one.
Bit before I find the right glove.
Whole battle. Father's blinding light.
I don't really need a attack speed or health here. I should worry about trying to do health on a glove instead of like all damage. Full damage.
Take a chance, wanderer. Whole bad luck. Try again.
I have to get crit chance.
Fair bit of magic. Father's blinding light.
what a glove. Let's
Until
get that.
next time. Take a chance, wanderer. Whole bad luck. Try again.
All stats. Crit chance. Well, it's a badge. Appreciate the follow. Wait, this is the next patch D4. This is the PTR. The test round. Appreciate the follow.
Not fair bit of magic in that one. Until next time.
So, but the test realm, you can literally test the next season stuff or whatever.
Try again.
So that's what I'm currently doing right now. So you can get like infinite mats, infinite access to gear, stuff for testing and whatnot. It does take time still to do it,
Your prayers have been answered.
but yeah. Also appreciate the follow. It's gonna take a little while before I can get like some okay-ish gloves. It seems like
Try
I don't need anything like GG by any means, but I do need good base to start off with.
Oh, bad luck. Try again.
And okay, see, we can work with this. It's not great, but we can work with it. It's good enough. Now we need boots. Not boots. Sword.
Not a fair bit of
Placeholder,
magic
what?
in that one.
What is this? What is this placeholder? That's suspect. Alright. That's definitely suspicious. I can't even salvage the placeholder. Oh, that looks like a two-handed something. It's not a sword at all. What? What is that? That looks like a spirit-born weapon. All right, well,
Fair bit of
I'm
magic.
getting some more placeholders. Okay. Ooh, this is good. Yeah. I can work with this. So we can do this, and then we can add saw damage. This is good enough.
Need something forged? You can take what's left.
Cool. Yeah. So we can do this. All right, back to. Add that. Weapon damage, of course it would. Of course it would. Guess cold damage. You know what? I wonder if I can. Like, if I was to do resource costs. Or why is that so low? Why is that so low on the weapon? I don't understand that. Why, like, as a temper, it's like really good. Like, you can get, like, 15 or 12 on the top end temper, but it's 4 on the one end of weapon. Like, I don't understand why they did that. So no change. Okay, we'll just leave it as it is. This is good enough. The roll crit damage on this. Crit damage. Be kind of on the high end too, since I didn't get a GA roll. Yep, that's good enough. So we got what we need here. Just need to figure out what we're gonna do for the freaking cube. Yeah, well, not cube. That's not cube. Freaking charm. Like, I mean, you know what? I mean, I guess Toboss Will might be the play as a charm. I can't think of anything because like that will allow crown usage. Crown. Oh. I guess it's also still the Azarath, I guess. It's not what I want, Raj, but yeah, I don't know, cause like, and 60, 54. Yeah, I just don't think that's worth.
Goodbye.
All right, it's time to building this and put this together. Actually, you know what? This the Azarath. It has poison on it. Temper.
Anyone else, kill them from score.
Fame underscored my stream with
Dang,
61
Yo,
views.
dark side.
With the
We
raid.
just got raided, son.
I almost never get rid of it.
You know how we
I'm
do.
on later.
Drop my new
Just-
beat for these new viewers.
What's happening?
Sheezy out.
What is going on, fam? Appreciate the raid in. Are you already Paragon 300 on PTR already with all classes min maxed? No. How's D4 trading? I'm still the best raid intro. No. Thanks. I started PTR a little late because my OLED monitor died on me, my ultra wide, so I had to go back old school. So just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. And for Rogue, not much has really changed. You got Flurry and Twisting Blade buffs, which were nice. But I mean, past that point, most stuff is still bugged. and there's some interactions that we don't know still works or it doesn't work. Who the hell knows, to be honest. So we're just doing what we can, I guess. Yeah, my OLED ultra wide decided to be stuck in permanent pixel refresh mode. So thankfully I have a 2-year warranty, so I will be just getting my money back and not dealing with any more OLEDs, because this is the second ultra wide OLED I've had from a different brand that either had dead pixels or just flat out just died on me in like a couple of months. So shout out, what's going on? He said, I didn't realize that the chaos reroll was breaking your mythic aspects until a moment ago. I had someone say that or tell me that too as well. I didn't realize that until late myself. Like I was like deep into the rerolling process. I had like half of my stuff rerolled and just realized, oh, my aspect isn't aspecting. Okay. Or not the aspect, but like the unique power isn't, it's back to normal. But yeah, we'll kind of see. I have a hunch. Oh, by the way, I have these interesting placeholder items that look like Spiritborn stuff that I'm somehow gambling by gambling one-handers. This does not look like a one-hander weapon when I'm gambling one-handers. I don't know what this is. But I do think that a lot of bugs that we've reported just didn't make the PTR yet. I think a lot of people are asking me, it's like, oh, it's still bug, it's not working. These things still bug. And I'm just as annoyed too, probably more annoyed than most people. But I do think that with the PTR being so quick, coming around so fast, that there's changes that they've been working on that they just couldn't get to by the time PTR dropped. So I do think that some of the things that we're thinking really it's still not fixed. We'll probably make it to live. Maybe that's some copium, but I guess we'll see. So I thought I went force in here. But now I'm building Barrage. This Heartseeker. Heartseeker feels good still. But I expected it to because nothing really changed about it. It's got bigger multipliers. That's it. What else is there? Needs to be an aspect on this. Need to do, I guess, like high velocity. I would do high velocity here. We'll do frozen. Memories. I wonder if there's like another aspect that I could. Nope, I'm lying. There is not. Just gonna roll with this. I am lying to myself. I love this place. I think haunting us all over team in every class. Really? Wow. I'll get some to eat. We lurking. Have a great stream. Thanks, fam. Appreciate you.
Stones to cut, gems to set.
The ultimate chill mega blaster that doesn't get talked about enough. Wait, how did it? Oh, yeah. Gems. That's right. So jeweler, and throw the unforce up in there. Might as well get that there.
an Ascari where stones are
Circar
poison.
still stays there. Okay, so we can't do Vex now, so we need another like rune combination. I guess Igni, Quay or something for the barrier is really the only other route now. Only reasonable route. Wait, do I not have Igni? Oh, Igni must be in my other thing. I think Neo works too, right? Neo Quay. Decoy with the sub. Appreciate you. How's it going? So if it's avoid health damage while fighting for 2 seconds. I mean Neo does work, but Igni makes a lot more sense. I'm just too lazy to change stuff.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring? Here's what remains.
There we go. Quay. Yeah. Not liking the whatchamacallit resist. I can do better. Gotta reroll. Move. Energy. One. Barrier generation. You know, it's actually not bad. Affix now with the rune choice I'm using. Keep it for hang on it. Both. Riding a corn marathon, gotta go. All right. Am I cooking up? There's really nothing to cook on road. This is for the PTR. Literally nothing. Nothing mechanically has changed at all. So it's basically making sure what I believe still works still works. So I will say that multi-shot seems to be fixed when I tested it. So that's exciting. But lots of things are still bugged. Still can't play random rails because Beast Fall Boost is still bugged. So yeah, this is it. I know it's probably disappointing. Like I don't sound excited at all. It's like, it's not that I'm not like, you know. Oh, what am I doing? Malice, idiot. Got the wind force. What am I doing? Yeah, here we go. Like, what am I doing? Alright, we can go ahead and like send it. I think I can send it. Yeah, I can send it. 1 quality. Of course. Look at that +1 quality. Item quality. Great. I'm not looking for anything in general. I just want to send it just to send it. All stats, okay, cool. +5 item quality. Well, I'm nailing life right now, man. Totally nailing it. Like melee will got some buffs there in TB. Yeah, but I mean, it's appreciate the follow. It's not bad. Like the buffs are actually decent, but like nothing mechanically changes. It's just you just deal more damage. So like I guess the thing is like when you say what you're cooking up, it's like it would be the same thing that they did before, just it's more damage. You know what I mean? Like nothing really changes for them. I will say Blurring Blade set did get a buff. It just depends on whether or not that's like big enough to overtake Sightless even after the nerf is a thing to, you know, I guess think about, but I guess that would feel better because the Blurring Blade set feels a lot better to play with melee versus Sightless. So there is that change. I will say that that's actually like pretty decent, like pretty good. But yeah. So we're gonna have to do this Paragon board out. Running. Oh, this is really far. I don't have enough points to maybe get to where I need to. Maybe 3, 2. Yeah, I mean barely, literally barely just enough points. I can't take any of this additive stuff though. But oh, come on, I could find 1 point for that. Can I not? It's gotta be 1 point. So max life, I guess. I can find 1 point for that. That's like big. That's also big too, but I can't. Oh, that's like 2 points away too. I forgot how good some of these nodes are on this set. Or board, sorry. Like 1, 2, or I don't want to reach. No, not there. 4, 5, 6. I kind of want to hit that too. That's actually good enough. There we go. Okay, so this should be good enough for me to with now. So let's do the stuffs. I can't do as much crit chance things here. So I need to. See. What is this on?
More loyal friends you'll not find.
The overflow. Okay, so that should be it. Garage should be. Let me make sure. I don't like the idea of Azarath having to be in the as a charm, but I can't think of anything else right now unless I try to do just a fader or some janky like thing. All right, well, I guess let's YOLO. I think I got everything I need. Get on the 115, yes, just in case.
Curse this place. Being followed.
Not bad. Eric, what's up, man? How's road looking? Kind of what I expected, honestly. Given the fact that there is no realistic changes on Rogue, besides some melee buffs. But Rogue looks better in the PTR because, you know, by comparison, because a lot of the other classes got some pretty hefty nerfs. So, by comparison, that makes Rogue look good. Oh, the Azeroth didn't go off. This is because of my my follower. That should have been a one-shot kill. I'm gonna cook some melee builds anytime soon. I mean, there's really nothing to cook. Like I think I know why people say, like, I know why people like what people saying when they're saying that, but like literally Rogue hasn't really changed. Like nothing has happened with the class. Yeah, TB and Flurry got buffed, but they're number buffs. Like they're not mechanical buffs. So it's just they're doing what they did before. There's just a little bit better. So you just do exactly what you did before. So I'm telling what preacher to follow. So like there's nothing really like now the set buff for Blurring Blade is nice to have. But we'll kind of see whether or not that's still gonna be a play over Sightless even after the Sightless nerfs. At 7 potions and Bibber. Glyph would do a good buff. We don't have that glyph. Not as a rogue, we don't. Alright, so I really do not want to do Azarath at all. But I can't think of what else to. I mean, I mean, there's Fist of Fate. The Mad Idol is like a death sentence. Although that would be so good if I could have used it. I just realized something. I probably needed to do another one-hander if I wanted to try to throw clone back into the equation. I really wasn't doing much damage anyway before, so it's not like it's that changes. Not gonna work. Gladiator's Triumph, can't do that. I feel like I'm like there's gotta be an option that I'm like not seeing. Like I wonder if do I just go with another sword and then just put Edna's in the cube? Or charm as a not cube and cube, but as a charm. I feel like that's a loss though. Like because you're trying to charm it and then throwing in an aspect. You're losing. You're kind of losing more than you. I don't say losing more than what you were gained, but Bagus can have a unique. So fine. I got throw in the key. Charm. Keep saying key. In a doubt, fist. What's that? Wait, Rogue don't have it? No. Nope. We don't have that glyph. Burrito, what's going on? So, oh, combination dagger. That's what I can do. I actually forgot about that. Yeah. Well, I mean, yes and no. Because now I should wear it actually. Like I should use it to the 78%. So actually, yeah, I should be using it, but it still doesn't solve my charm. It just means I have a better. Actually, you know what? Actually, probably not. Oh, it doesn't solve that because technically speaking, that 78% is as good as this. Actually, this is better than than that 78% because of the knockdown. And this is stronger too than Combination Dagger as a mythic. So yeah, I still wouldn't use it as a mythic. So I guess I can cube this. Yeah, what can I cube? I can charm it. That's what I meant. All right. So good news is that we actually have a charm. So we're a charm, useful charm. Well, let's take some combination daggers and I don't know if holy damage works. Let me hold on to this. I don't think holy damage procs. Unless they fixed it. I don't trust Blizz. There you go, fire damage. This is where we're in the safe side. Pull 60%. Alright, so now we have a usable charm. Alright, so now let's go back to still. Difference between these mythics and the chaos armors from 3 or 4 seasons ago. They're pretty similar, honestly. Is that the mythics can roll like perfect stats, basically, along with the plus 30% value of the unique aspect or the mythic aspect. Basically, if you ever played Diablo 3 before, they're basically primals now. Except now the unique roll gives 30% more value. That's it. Hence why in my title I call this, Diablo 3.5 BTR. My single target is still. I asked for that. I like that. This PTR, yes. Been brewing a ton of builds a ton. I keep seeing abilities that grant damage to marksman skill when using cut throw and damage to cut throw when using marksman. It's used that usually isn't worth it. It's just conditional. And you can get the same multiplier without having to do all that. So when you think about it in that sense, that kind of stuff just isn't really worth. It's also pretty easy to cap one category of attack speed anyways that you get from those gloves. That oftentimes is just not worth. In most cases, it's not worth. You can use it if you want, but there's usually another option that just doesn't require you to do any of that. And generally speaking, if it's I do the same damage except I don't have to alternate between two different things, you just kind of take that instead. Okay. So that is Wind Force. I think I'm gonna try this with. But I'm gonna need a new sword to test without the Wind Force. Thought I might have had it. Yeah, that's it. Or could just roll with the combination deck. But then now I'll be have a key charm slot again. So okay, so yeah, we gotta make another sword. Definitely was not feeling. I won't say I'm not feeling the Wind Force, but I feel like I don't know. I'm gonna need to compare it to a regular two-hander to get a proper testing in it. Seems like a trap option. There, I mean, I think the thing is too, like, there's quite a few multipliers that they have that to me just doesn't make any sense. Like there's a couple of marksman ones, whereas like marksman skills deal 60% more damage when you critically strike. Like, okay, but I can literally take any other 60% aspect that doesn't require me to crit to get the damage. So like if you don't have 100% crit chance, for example, like if you're not 100% crit chance cap, and which is hard to do, then why would you ever take that aspect just to be in line with another aspect that doesn't require anything? Just play the game and you get 60%. Like stuff like that doesn't make any sense to me, which makes me feel like some of the stuff that they were trying to do is there, but it's just like not finished. Like they kind of like are not done with balancing some of those, so they just kind of just let it be for now and then maybe come back to it later or whatever. But you know what I mean? So like so the thing about it is Chirudo is like there's too many of that. Like there's too much of that going on road. So it gives you the illusion of choice that, you know, really isn't the case at all. So, but yeah, that's why you see Rogue, you know, use the same, literally the same aspects, mostly the same uniques. Primarily, like mostly the same aspects. And let's just add a defense one first. Please. Health. Okay, good. We did good. Now let's add a weapon damage. Shadow damage. Why? Why did this? All right, so I'm gonna take a shot at removing one of the offensive affixes. Hopefully, it's the weapon damage, shadow damage, but not the critical. Of course, it took the critical strike damage off. Of course, it would. All right, well, rip sword. The crit, it doesn't work anymore on PTR. You got rid of that.
You know where to find me.
Otherwise, I would have. Apparently, we weren't supposed to be able to do that. Yeah. It's all good though. I mean, it's PTR. It's easier to get another thing. The big dice for crafting? Not really. I mean, to be honest, like, it did make it easier for sure, yes, but it's also pretty easy to find a decent item. Go at it again, even if you're just missing one stat. And maybe you get lucky and you know you get it, or you don't get lucky and you have to kind of run with it. But I don't think it's that bad. I think good items drop enough to where it's really not a problem. But yeah, I can understand, you know, getting used to it, getting used to being able to do that was quite nice, to be honest. While they removed these, it made itemization more interesting. I wouldn't say it made it more interesting. I think it made it easier. It was almost like a shortcut sense. So I don't know. I guess I'm kind of indifferent. Personally, I kind of like the grind. But I can understand that, you know, kind of getting what you want faster is always, it's never a bad thing. I can get like decent crit or something. Damage over time. Yeah. So watch. It's gonna remove the one I want. Watch. Oh, it did. Yep, it did. Totally did. All right. Well, rip that.
Yeah, not too bad. I thought mainlanders had a sense.
Got a lot of go old method. You got plenty. Got the max locking method. Gave you options based on what you have. Well, I can see that point. I can see that point. That is actually quite interesting. But I will say that, like, you know, it wasn't intended. Like, it wasn't one of those things where it's like they saw it and it's like, oh no, that's too good. We need to take it out. It was never really supposed to do that. So it's not like they gave us an option and it was like, oh, you know, cool, and now they're taking it away. It was like one of those things where it just wasn't supposed to be that. It doesn't mean that they can't leave it and that, you know, they can be like, okay, cool, you guys enjoyed that, we'll leave it. You know, that's totally a thing too. But I guess they have decided that it was like, well, they removed the lock GA role. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore.
Nice. Next one will be even better. Oh, finished so soon?
Yeah, all these are awful.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Also, finding gold seal was nerfed from 270 from 90%. Enchanting will be so expensive, so also found. Yeah, it would be expensive, but I actually agree with Woody Joe on this take. We also didn't really do a lot of like gold run stuff because we didn't have to. You could still sell like seals and stuff. Like you could sell seals and stuff. Like talismans and seals like that. Like they still go for like a lot of gold. You could still sell those for a ton of gold. There are many options we just didn't have to do for gold, so we just think that we're gonna be gold starved because we never really had to do a lot of that. So I in this case I have to agree with Woody Joe on that, and like that is actually like quite true. We didn't have to. So, but there are avenues in which you can get a pretty decent amount. Like escalation was actually really good for gold. It was easy to get like, you know, a couple of billion from a single escalation,
Oh, look what the tide washed.
along with a bunch of other masks too. So it's not like you're doing it just for gold.
Yeah, not too bad.
I think we'll be okay. We just haven't exhausted all the other avenues for gold because we haven't had to do it before. But now we have to. So now it's like, oh yeah, I could take this for gold or do that for gold. I have not. I am getting like extremely unlucky with the gambling for swords tonight. Like really, really unlucky. It's like the best one I got, but
We were just getting warmed up.
yeah, I plan on doing solo on myself, so it's gonna be like you say it really feels like it targets the G. It does feel like that, right? Either I'm just getting like incredibly unlucky, or like the game is like literally knows, all right, yeah, bro, I know what you're trying to do. It does feel bad, not gonna lie. Thankfully, it's my luck being this bad is on PTR and what am I experimenting with? I'm trying to make sure stuff works. That's all, mainly. I did Heartseeker earlier, and Heartseeker was fine. Did well, like I expected it to. Now I'm on Barrage. I was trying to do it with the Wind Force. Now that it is like 30% stronger, so I'm like, well, maybe it can be competitive with like for Frozen Memories and stuff like that, and so that's kind of what I'm testing now, or trying to. So I did it with Wind Force. Now I need to actually go back and do this with the normal crossbow for comparison. So far, I will say I was not really that impressed with using the Wind Force relative to how Heartseeker felt. Gosh, I gotta give me something to work with. Come on, y'all. Come on. Usually my luck isn't this bad on PTR, just for a single sword. I can't even build a decent one.
Father bless. What do you need?
Wait. Let's see. Crafting, oboes. You think they'll fix the shadow clone not viewing basics? At some point I'm sure, but it's not. It's definitely not on the PTR. Will they make it on live? I have no idea. There's a lot of things that I'm pretty sure is in the works, like that isn't work. Like there's so many things on road right now that just doesn't work. But there's just no way that they're just like not working on. Like I'm sure they are. Some of it just didn't make PTR in time. And granted, PTR was fit like pretty fast. Why do gloves for? Like PTR came out pretty fast, so I'm sure there are things that is like, all right, yeah, we know we just haven't had time to get like get to it kind of thing. So hopefully that's one of those things, but who knows. But it sucks because that would make Heartseeker even like that make Heartseeker better when that is fixed. I think it's some love to Paladin and Warlock. Paladins for sure needed it. Warlock was okay, I guess. If anything, I think people were mostly upset about how clunky Warlock was or is. But we want to try Dot Heartseeker, even though it'll probably be worse. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like you can't even like attempt it because of that. But yeah, I'm in a similar boat when it comes to like really wanting to try something. Like I can't do Rain of Arrows right now at all. Like legit just can't do it
Until next time.
because Beast Fall Boost is still like broken with it. What class is this?
Father bring you luck?
This is Rogue.
Not much, is it?
Okay. I guess I can work with this. I mean, it's like I mean, it's annoying, but
Until next time.
I can at least do something with it though. Wait, what was I doing the sword for? Oh yeah, that's right, because of that aspect. Because I sanctified it. That's why. Probably shouldn't be doing that on PTR, to be honest with you. That's okay. Okay, so we'll just remove poison or dex. That's like the best we can do on this. I can get more dex than that.
Until spring.
I've many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
Do that here. Temper crit chance. We hope they fix Rain of Arrows soon. Yeah, see, like, so like stuff like that. Like I know they know it's broken, and they know that we legit just can't even play the builds. So I'm sure fixes are on the way. It's just a matter of, will it make it for next season, or would it be the season after that, or would it be like a mid patch or something of next season or something? Like, it's the when, not the if. Your friend stopped playing Warlock because it hurts his hands playing it. At that point, I'd probably like go controller gaming at that point. Warlock is great for fans of mysteries. Like, just dude, the visual clutter is like, it's been like, insane on Warlock. Like, I hated doing Hell Ties when there was like a jillion warlocks around, because you couldn't see a thing, couldn't see anything. Can I GA the item, please? Pretty please. You need to make it like Maple Story. Let us turn down, skill up. I said, yeah. I agree. Absolutely agree. When there's fire spells and Warlock, you can't even see the ones that can kill you. I know, right? Because it looks kind of similar. Like when they overlap, it's hard. It's hard to tell them apart. At the same time, though, I know it feels like I'm always playing devil's advocate here. Like for a class like that, you kind of like the spells, you know, need to be a bit flashy, because it is a warlock and you're trying to, you know, get people to want to play the warlock. So so thematically it makes sense, but I do think like what Zombie Bro is saying is like you can just, and we get the option personally to not have to deal with those effects. That would be much welcomed.
No witchcraft here.
Okay, so now let's go high velocity here. Actually, no, not high velocity. Normally I would say high velocity, but actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll do high velocity. I guess I could do imitated imbuement. Do imitated imbuement and run shadow clone. Let me not do that yet. And that's kind of changing the base of the test, and that's probably not a good idea if I'm trying to make comparisons. Look at that one item quality, by the way. That is boss Cuban right there. Does not get any better. That streamer luck. Streamer client. One quality. Alright. Cool. Now let's why don't I just make it more gems? How about that? Can I? Do I have enough whatchamacallit? Got enough for one, really? So we'll do this. All right, do this and see how we feel. I think we'll do the same pit level. It's gold. That must mean it's good, right? Yeah, I guess got a G and then a GA crit damage, max life, yeah, shadow damage instead of cold. Would rolling lucky hit shadow help? That so shadow damage won't proc it. So like it has to be a temper if it's gonna be on the weapon. Like if it's on the one-hander and it's shadow damage on the weapon, or you know more percent shadow damage, then that's not gonna trigger Edna's. Has to either be a temper if you're gonna do it on a weapon, or it's gotta be an affix on a charm if you're gonna do it. One of the two. Alright, so this is going way better. Then further memories is just way too good. Says should you roll like you hit shadows since I got shadow damage on the Edna. It won't matter. It won't matter because you're not dealing any damage with shadow anyways. Like you deal virtually like no shadow damage, like in reality. So it doesn't matter which element you use that you roll lucky hit with. You're just only doing it just to proc the Ednas. That's it. So if you want to do it with shadow damage again. But it won't make any difference which one you use. Just make sure you're not doing cold or physical. You're good. So that did feel a little better than going and winning for. Interestingly enough, I guess the bosses are gonna be different anyways. All right, so now I need to do the other route. Oops. So I gotta do imitate. Hidden. Do the same thing now. Daniel point to the Vitesse Scepters that spawn after killing some bosses. They don't seem to drop anything. I honestly haven't noticed anything, to be honest with you. Chat out what's going on. feel like I'm not like hovering over it well because I can barely see my own cursor. I just changed the color of my cursor again. I did kind of just stand there and take and like took it. That's on me. Alright, so that was okay. I mean, granted, it was a 115, but I mean, that was okay. I don't think there's anything more I could think of to do with this barrage. Because if I try to do any boss fights, it's gonna be what it is. But just for the sake of it, let's take off that and see about the high velocity. Not the biggest fan of clone if I can avoid it. One last one for 115. I got something. Yeah, I think I prefer to do this without the clone. After this, I think I was gonna like go after the barrage testing, but I might go ahead and just go rapid fire while I'm at it, so it's like right there. It's not much of a change. Yeah. So yeah, it kind of still looks like the same way with how it's always been. We're basically using Grand Cross again. I will try again. I'll switch out, but I don't think it's gonna be better than Frozen Memories still. I'll save this. Bring the force back into play. Go back to the one-hander here. Put the all right, last go at it. Fudge. That was a lot of clear. This is going exceptionally well. I don't know why. Compared to my previous ones, was it a player issue or? I've tried the grenade for rapid fire. I have. It felt really bad for daily use. Like compared to the reduced cost one with the additional attack speed. Like it just felt real clunky. Like it's really good for like pushing. So if you can get everything, you know, together in line with that, you know, with the area, like that's really good. But outside of that, like for speed farming or practically any other content, I don't like doing it. Maybe it's okay for bossing, but I wouldn't change my gear out and stuff like that just for that, personally. That actually was mostly smooth. I appreciate the follow. I'm gonna actually pick it up the 120. I did say that was gonna be the last one, but that actually did feel kind of good. Terrible map. Got a guy pushing 135 with it and it says okay for mobbing with God Slayer. I mean you can. I feel like to be honest with you, I feel like this is kind of extra steps to do the same thing that like the other variant can do without the extra steps. Like the other variant doesn't need a pull, doesn't need to be in any danger, doesn't need to get any additional attack speed, doesn't need to increase his grenade size for some decent AoE. You just slot it and go. And I think that's what makes the difference for me. Like I said, you can do it, but it's one of those things where it's like you have to kind of ask your question. Like yourself was like, well, why? Unless you just really enjoy the grenade room, like just really enjoy it. Feel like it'd be better with the dot build, nameless farms. I wouldn't even say that though. I think for me, it's just mechanically how it works. Like when you think about it, like you end up with inefficient damage for regular mobbing because you end up killing things before all of your arrows, like, you know, finishes the target. And whatever is not in a straight line doesn't get hit. Now, granted, yeah, you can do God Slayers. You can do, Like that will help. It won't grab everything in the circle, but it does help. But when you think about having to use God Slayers versus like Perdition with like the other variation, not only are you doing more damage with Perdition and other variation just in general, but you also don't need to gather anything. The arrows like ricochet enough to where clearing is actually really easy. So you don't really have the wasted the wasted arrows as you do with the grenade rune. That also locks you in place longer because you have less attack speed. So like that's the thing. Again, I'm not knocking it for anyone that wants to do it by any means, but like just on a realistic level is just slower overall for regular overall game, like in-game stuff. So like you have to do all that stuff just to be worse than the other variant for overall in-game. Now for pushing, obviously different story, right? But yeah, so yeah, you have to kind of make two different setups for what you're doing. That is if you plan on doing any pushing. What? This bossing is still pretty awful on Barrage itself. Other variants all have more ricochet. I wouldn't even do anything, like I wouldn't even go Ruckus. Ruckus doesn't work right now, like in terms of like the damage boost. It gives you an extra arrow for ricochet, but the damage boost is not there. But there's really only one good choice for overall in game. That's it. Yeah, Ruckus doesn't work. It also doesn't work on PTR either. So like it just doesn't work in general. Like it's supposed to increase your damage, but it doesn't. So like you're really just only getting one extra arrow for ricochet, so it's literally a waste. Fortunately. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like really I mean, the win force. So you're looking at 210 or 207 versus 7 in terms of a multiplier on the main hand. Going win force versus like frozen memories on like a two-hander. That's the thing. It's kind of like I feel like it's definitely closer than it once was, but it's still. I'm about to play again. Is it easy to kill Belial and Daria with this build? Can you please show if you don't mind? Well, this is like so cold builds are gonna have a hard time on T12 layer bosses unless you're like geared out, or you just want to switch weapons. What I'm playing right now is literally on max roll right now. Like nothing changed basically. So like if you're looking to play this, literally it's as exclamation mark builds and then just go to barrage. But if you want, if layer bossing is like the most important to you, then like I will play a poison build. Like if that's like at the top of your list, go with a poison setup. And there is a poison barrage setup I have on max roll too, so you can also do that as well. I actually kind of like the. Actually, might be a little bit more biased towards the Wind Force with this, honestly. By comparison, Wind Force might have dethroned. Hope one day you see Endorus become useful again. See, Woody's also says he's gonna try a poison build. Well, there's like multiple different poison setups you can do. But like Rogue, like I said, Rogue hasn't really changed much from normal build to from live to PTR. So whatever worked in live is gonna work again in PTR. So like let's say you like Poison Barrage, right? Hypothetically, that still works just as well and on PTR generally. There really isn't anything new to explore or anything that you're gonna witness that's different on PTR when it comes to Rogue. Like the more exciting stuff is gonna be like on like close quarter combat stuff, like Twisting Blaze and Flurry, because they did get like number buffs, and Burning Blade did also get a number buff too as well, the set. But those are a little more exciting. The range stuff, like nothing is that, like nothing happened, like literally nothing happened. Alright, I've seen enough. Hope one day to see Andorios become useful again. So let me ask you this though, Zombie Real. Like, if someone wants to show you gameplay of season 13, like literally season 13 of Poison Barrage, right? But didn't tell you what season it was, you'd probably it'll be easy. It'll be easy to mistake the that as Andariel's. Because technically speaking, it's literally the same style of play. Like the poison damage just does a lot of damage. Stuff ticks down very fast, and then you kind of move along. The only thing you don't see are green explosions. Well, actually, no, you do, because they're Kyle the Nameless. So yeah, it literally looks like Andariel's, just without the helm. So the thing is that we technically do have Andariel's Rogue, quote unquote, in the form of literally any poison build, because it's the exact same concept. The moment you put in Kyle the Nameless, the moment you put in Poison Imbuement, it's literally Andariel. You just didn't need to slot the helmet to do it. I think what people are like missing is just how much damage it used to do. I think that's kind of like the thing where it's like, oh, it was Rogue's best build, and it was kind of actually Rogue's second best build. It wasn't really it was never the strongest build we were pushing, but it was like the best overall build. I think that's what people are missing. Like people want that to be in the spotlight the way it once was. But in terms of mechanically, we have Andarios. We've had Andarios for a little bit technically. It just didn't have the for the firepower that old Andario's helmet did. But mechanically, we do have it. What if you just run both now? Well, Andario. You'll just do less damage by running Andario. I guess what I'm trying to say is that when people say they miss Andario, like become useful again, like they miss the amount of poison damage it did. Right? Like, isn't that what you like? Isn't that what you miss about Andarios? Is like the amount of poison that just like chipped down a ton, like that's what it was, right? Like the helmet itself isn't the thing that intrigued you or intrigued anyone. It was the green explosions and a bunch of poison that just ticked down really quickly. We have exactly that in season 13 with the current Poison Barrage. It's literally that. I just don't think people realize that that's the case. Having a GG item gives more dopamine. Well, yeah, I mean, Air Perdition is GG for that set, for that build. And the thing about it is that Andarios isn't a G. Andarios by itself isn't a GG item. You have to build, or you had to build around it. So like, if you just slide Andarios and just try to play, it was awful. You had to know what you were doing to get the damage that you wanted out of Andarios. And there were a few like really good players who did that, right? You know, Sanctum, Mippy, like those guys, you know, really optimized Andariel's barrage. Or there were some Koreans who did Andariel Flurry, right? But ideally, basically Andariel's is basically Kyle the Nameless. Like, if you really want to be honest, like Kyle the Nameless is literally Andariel. It has the same proc mechanism. You just build around Kyle the Nameless. Showed us by giving it guarantee. So, I mean, well, that's for all items, right? All items suffer like the change in the itemizations that I still think is quite dumb, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, I feel you on that. Let's save this over the other. Okay, so we're gonna do rapid fire real quick. Hopefully I don't take too long. I've gotten some like really good rapid fire bows for Skyhunter. Skyhunter is actually now fixed, thankfully. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how that feels. This right here. Right, let's not ruin the Skyhunter though. Let's see, chaotic reroll. Need to remove. I guess I can try to go for like Dex and not worry about the life, but man, that's gonna be rough. So resource. Oh, it gave me life. Then I legit have a completely useless FX, but I can't take the risk trying to remove like one of the DPS things and hope that it removes physical. But I can't take the risk by removing max life or I guess the thing is that now the only thing that can roll offensively now is Dex. Looking at the rest of the item, yeah, it can only be Dex now. So I guess I can do that and then just see if I can pick up some life somewhere else because I ain't got none. I do have barrier though, so I guess I guess maybe I'll be all right. Okay, so now it's resource. That was life on hit. Defense. Gonna kill. Now that's resource. Yep, there's the dex I was talking about. All right, that's the best I'm gonna be able to do. Let's see something. Okay, now we're good. I just gotta play very careful, that's all. So, crit chance. I guess I actually might not need a crit chance, to be honest. I'll do it anyways. For consistency. Give me the. There we go. So give me the roll of one. We'll go weapon damage just to be consistent here across all the stuff I've been trying. Okay. Pull. And just cause we're gonna figure it, see what happens. Hold on, reduction. Okay. I'm not mad at that. Okay, so I might leave that there. Same thing with that. So I can now go back to go back to crown. Start using Sergar and then Igni. Okay, right? Yeah. Get the barrier. And then talisman at the gladiators. Okay. Really, I should do a combination dagger here. That I really should do. That gave me a little bit more damage here. So this is not optimized, but it's getting late, so I think I might shortcut it. Yeah, combination dagger will go here. And then put frozen memories here on a regular glove. That would be like the play. Remove weapon damage? Oh man, really? No. I just saw it. I just saw you say that. No. Did not see that. Alright. Well then. That is sad. So, I guess we'll just go with this one. What we can do with this one. Gotta reroll. So we'll remove the resource. Do something else. Dex. Okay, that's actually good. It's good. And then the lucky hit, if that can be rerolled into maximum life or something. Ah, shadow damage. I feel like I'm gonna have to leave it though. Because if I try to roll the shadow damage off, it might roll something else off. So it's another kind of like dead stat, but it is what it is. We'll roll with it. That was actually easier than I thought. Alright. And keep it on weapon damage for consistency.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
Yeah.
Wise to seek an escape.
Sockets.
From the sky.
Probably shouldn't transfigure, but I'm gonna do it anyways. When I did. Okay, where's the other one? That's the one. Indestructible. Oh. Well then.
Mainlander, what brings you? Pity to break another's work.
Okay, so Sky Hunter. Gladiators, Triumph. Yeah, everything else is fine. Alright, now we just change out Barrage to Rapid Fire and we should be good. Quiver. And that should be it. Everything else should remain the same. Rapid fire definitely getting stonks because kind of Lucian can be worn. And I have Gladiator's Triumph. But I think later on I'm gonna just do a new glove and a new sword. So I can like do this properly later on. So I can do combination dagger. YOLO. Ow. So far, so good. Okay. Kind of what I expected. Definitely has a bit more oomph than Barrage did. Alright, let's swap out the weapons here and do the same thing. How we feel. So chat, season 13 Rogue was OP. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I won't say Rogue in general was. It was just one build that was hella bugged that people abuse. I think Rogue as a class though, without that bug, felt pretty balanced across the board, mostly. Although I would say cold builds probably need some help in the sense of, you know, what to do when you got bosses and unstoppable targets or whatever. That doesn't feel good. And rows are flying 150, yeah. I hope their accounts are okay. Or will be okay. Because like what was going on was like slightly more in the bug. It's actually considered an exploit, and that's against the TOS. Because you have to kind of know what you're doing to do that with the Umber Crux stuff. I mean, there's a lot of bugs for sure. There's still a lot of bugs in the PTR. But I would actually say the PTR is more buggy than live right now. Yeah, the Sky Hunter definitely felt better than trying to do Frozen Memories. Your bar can't do your damage on 140 boss yet. Barb has been killing it. What you mean? In season 13. Obviously not doing 150s as fast as Rogue, but like Barb was not weak at all. And Barb's damage was closer to ethical than Rogue's exploiting, you know, glitchy stuff. Granted, Barb stuff was just overtuned because, you know, Blizzard forgot the whole overpower her thing scaling when it came to Barb, so that was the problem. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really find joy in stuff like that though. Can't wait for them to actually fix it. When you have the entire leaderboard just like exploiting, then like there's no point in like a leaderboard existing. It just becomes boring. All right. Good news is that it looks like Sky Hunter's probably be back in. Baffler yet? No, I have not. Pecha will be, I'm sure. I gotta do all the builds that I'm responsible for on Maxwell first. So all the marksman stuff. I feel like I'm hitting something, like the wall. Oh, I thought I walked across it. Join a Grenadier run this season. Which one? The one with Dance of Knives, or like the rapid fire exploding grenade? That's a nice one. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Like a dead end. Wasted a lot of time. It's just barrage on PTR awesome. I already did. Like you literally just missed it. I spent like the past hour doing barrage. I just hopped on rapid fire. How was it? It was okay. Wind Force is now a thing again. Like Wind Force actually feels good if you can get the mythic version of it. Like I wouldn't do it without the mythic version, but with the mythic version, it felt pretty good. Multi-shot seems to be also fixed too as well. But I will say like stuff like Heartseeker and Rapid Fire kind of has a slight advantage. Simply just because they can use more multipliers. Things like they can use Crown, they can use Gladiator's Triumph. Like these things are like really big buffs to both of those skills damage that Barrage can't use. But Barrage clears really well though. So I mean there is that advantage that advantage. Do Pangorgers do anything for single target? Yeah. It explodes on the same target, so yeah. Okay. So not bad. Sky Hunter feels decent. Alright. So just like with the others. Time to do some boss tests. Any plans on random rails? You can't. Beastfall Beats is still busted with it. Like as in like it doesn't work with rain to help reset. So no random Veros builds are like really possible. And before anybody mentions the pin shot random Veros exploit build that you see in the current season, that's not random Veros. That's just you're using random rails to trigger an exploit on the Umbercrux. That's not a random rails build. Random rails is dealing 0 damage in that setup. There are no true random rails builds, unfortunately. But trust me, when we can do it, when it's actually possible, I will have that on max roll like ASAP. 100%. Because random rails was one of my favorite builds to play before the expansion.
It's locked.
Not bad. See you, man. I'm gonna do that one again because I don't think I have my cursor over part of that fight, so I need to redo that. need to actually just get like a different color on my cursor. Something that's like a little bit more like obnoxious. I was thinking red. Red might be more obnoxious. Hard to go back once you feel the rain. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know. I know people want it so bad. Like, I do too. I so do. Is Blizzard serious with the season 14 changes? If so, definitely do not want to play. I mean, so the PTR does look grim for sure. My guess is that there's a lot of things that they are on the plans to fix that just didn't make it into the PTR for us to test. So it's not going to cover everything, but I think we'll definitely see more than what we see in the PTR in terms of bug fixes. In terms of a seasonal theme, I mean, that's it. What you see is what you see. That's actually not bad at all. That's actually quicker than what I did on Heartseeker. What was that timestamp? 55. Okay, so we need to swap out for the they remove crit from air, only movement speed is a static stat. The warlock was completely trash. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's definitely some things that are very questionable. Very, very much questionable. So every build would be viable. Well, I mean, technically they weren't wrong. Our version of viable and what they had for viable are two different interpretations. Like for them, the balance is T10. Like, but for the player base, people might think, oh well, every build should be doing 150. So there's two different like metrics of like balance points, right? So all right, let me pay attention because I'm like literally have no defense because I'm running through. Yeah, that was 58, 558. Yeah, timestamp there. I tell you, crit bills will suffer through the whole bank. It's funny because it's like, at least on Rogue, I mean, I'm I'm crit capped even with the new changes. Like I'm crit capped without the crit chance on Starless and Air. It wasn't easy to do it, but I did do it. If everyone wants to take 14 minutes or more, I call that balance. 5 minute 150. Honestly, 150. I mean, I don't really think any class really should be clearing 150s. It's like an aspirational. The whole point of having the 150s to begin with is to have a forever chasing difficulty that no one technically really reaches. If you think about how much damage you need to do 150 versus doing T12, like the damage difference between the two is just out of this world. Like if you're doing 150s, then like everything else in the game is completely trivial. In fact, if you're doing like 140s, everything in the game is trivial. If you're doing mid 130s, everything else in the game is completely trivial. You're one-shotting everything in T12. At that point, the game just becomes boring. But I don't think the metric should really be every 150. Like that's definitely not the metric. I think T10 is definitely too low, which is where Blizzard has it. So technically speaking, Blizzard isn't wrong when they said every class can do T10 and every build can do T10, because technically that is actually true, believe it or not. But that's not what the player base wants to hear. The player base wants to hear something different, right? And that's fair. They said 150 is a cap. No, they said 150 is a cap because there's mathematical issues that if they go any higher than 150, that it could cause the problems for the game. It's the same thing that happened in Diablo 3. There's a numerical cap. Yeah, exactly. If you ever played Diablo 3, you understood why GR 150 was the cap and they couldn't raise it. It's like then set it to 100. You can't tell me they aren't able to. Oh yeah, they totally could set it to 100. I actually do agree with that. I really don't think Pit should really be like the aspirational content. Tower is supposed to be that, but Tower also has a lot of problems too. I think every build should do 150. It's retarded. Sorry, and this is actually mentally actual damage the game. No, it does not. Good picking peanuts are the problem, and one imbalance and the hack and lean back. I know, right? Listen. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, like, yeah. I mean, you're right. You're right in the sense that like action RPGs isn't something that people should take. I say should. You can do whatever you want in whatever game you want to play, but like actual competitive play in action RPGs will always be kind of a laughing matter, just because like it's impossible to balance, given the amount of RNG, given the amount of luck, given the amount of like just stuff in general. Like competitive stuff in action RPG just doesn't really exist, and like it's not really a real thing. No other gaming communities take action RPG competitive play seriously in any like manner. So I do agree with you in that sense. I do think that like I think for me, I won't speak for anyone else, but I think for me, like I think it's hard to complain about content not being difficult, or we don't have anything to do, or everything is too easy, right? But then at the same time, people don't want balance. People want to feel and want to remain like dealing quadrillions amount of damage. But you also want the content to be difficult or challenging. You kind of can't have both. Like things have to be like, if things were broken, things need to be fixed. If a class is doing unethical amounts of damage, that needs to be fixed. Right? Like, so therefore the content can be valued in some way. If builds are invalidating all the content in the game on like day one, then that's a problem. It's not a problem with the game per se, the content. It's a problem with that particular class or build doing what they're doing. And so my thing is, I think it's hard to appreciate the content in the game if all we're gonna have is just OP builds. Right click once everything dies on the screen, immortal, like you can't die. Like some of these things might feel good at first for like the first couple of days or so, because who doesn't like being OP in the game? But at some point, right? Like you need to feel friction and in some way. Like without friction, there's no reason to get stronger. Without friction, there's no reason to problem solve. So, but that's like my take. So now of course Blizzard has a, and I won't just say Blizzard. I would say basically any action RPG game. Every action RPG games have issues balancing, like really truly balancing all the classes and all the builds. Like it just doesn't really exist. They try. Some companies do better than others, obviously, but it's a never-ending cycle. But what up, J Mac? I haven't seen you in a while, man. If there are different kind of competitions, if someone likes the action RPG one, why not? I mean, yeah, there are different types of competitions. I think the thing is, you can be competitive and not be serious about it. Like not be ultra serious about it. Like if someone joins like a potato sack race, right? No one's like, if you're doing a potato sack race at a party and you're competitive, you can do it for fun. But like taking it ultra serious, like, you're at a party and you're trying to, optimize and tell your friends how they should, techniques to do better in a potato sack competition, just destroys. I don't say destroys, but you kind of miss the point of the fun behind it. You know what I mean? Like the competition should still somewhat be fun in the sense of what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like action RPGs is like it's like a potato sack on. Like it's not the main event of an action RPG. It just isn't. Just like a potato sack competition isn't the main event at a party. It's just a side thing you do because it's fun. And if you want to compete against your friends to see who can sack across the line faster, cool, fine. But like to get overly analytical or to feel like the party should revolve around the potato sack race, and your friends that you pick for the party should all be, hey, you need to be part of this potato sack competition thing, or you're not invited to these parties. At that point, it becomes too serious because there's only so much you can do with the potato sack race. Like it's not going to be ultra competitive naturally. You can compete, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like there's limitations. Like there's only but so much you can do that's going to make sense. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how else to really like say it. Like you can't be like, oh, as competitive in that event as like, I don't know, like, baseball or something. Like, something that like there's a serious scene behind. There's that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'm a competitive person. I really am a competitive person. But I also know that this is an action RPG, and I like competition that allows a lot of skill expression, and action RPGs typically just doesn't do that. So I don't compete because of that. I just don't compete because, you know, I won't get into all that, but yeah. But Jay said, how's that boy Bronny? Bronny actually did, you know what? Bronny actually played pretty okay towards the last couple of games of the other Lakers. D3 still, but yeah, D3 did do it better for sure. I don't know if it's a fair comparison because a potato sack race is more enjoyable than fifth pushing. You know what? That's fair. No. All right, but anyhow, I'm going to my data has been collected. So for Heartseeker, Barrage, Rapid Fire, I have not done Poison Barrage yet. I will do that on another stream because that just requires a whole different set of gear and Paragon and stuff like that, which I'm a little too tired to do for right now. But for my next stream, I'll probably focus on Poison Barrage and kind of see where that ends up. But I will say that Cold Heartseeker and Cold Rapid Fire do really well and can boss pretty well with fairly very limited issues. So Barrage still struggles a little bit on bossing though. I will say that, but I guess that's kind of to be expected because it is a really wide AoE skill, but it's great for clearing. So there is that. Sky Hunter is now back on Rapid Fire, which feels great. Wind Force is a viable thing now on Barrage, which is also cool. I want to see if Wind Force's damage actually works on Poison for Poison Barrage. I'm actually kind of curious to see if it does. I'll be testing that too as well. But yeah. And yeah, it was nice to see some older faces. J Mac for sure. Payload. You've been here around in and out for a while. Gil Bates, same thing. And also those who are, you know, a little newer too as well. But yeah, can't test any random arrows because of course Beastfall is still, you know, Beastfall boost is still broken. But yeah, we will raid out. Let's see who to go to. What? Diablo Girl is usually in my chat quite often. She used to be. Look at her. This for testing is interesting. Yeah, man. I wish I had more to show, honestly. PTR is really buggy and, you know, kind of on the light side. So I wish I had more to you know, more to show you guys, but it is what it is. I can only do what I can do. But with that being said, appreciate you guys being here. Enjoy Diablo Girl, and as always, till next time.